Sorry, can you all take a seat, please, so we can start?
Welcome to ESRIN. In the unlikely event of an emergency, any kind of emergency, you can report it to the security team from any internal phone by dialing 3333. From an external phone or a mobile, please dial +39 069 418 0333. Emergency numbers and a site map can be found on the leaflet you were issued along with your security badge. Ignoring it is at your own peril. In case the building needs to be evacuated due to fire or any other kind of emergency, please follow your ESA host to the nearest exit. If you lose your way, follow the exit signs. To leave the building, do not use the lifts, only use the stairs. During the evacuation, refer to ESRIN security guards and local area coordinators for advice. Once outside, move towards one of the 4 external meeting points on site. Do not return to any of the buildings until the all clear is given.
Okay, welcome to everyone. Welcome to ESRIN and to ESA. So we are officially starting Urban Insights from Space Workshop, URBIS, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce Rune Flobergagen, the Head of Climate Action, Sustainability and Science Department of our Earth Observation Programs Directorate here in ESA. Please.
Okay, good afternoon. And on behalf of the European Space Agency, and in particular on behalf of the Directorate for Earth Observation Programs, it is my pleasure and honor to welcome you here. I think this is a milestone event for us, and hopefully also for you. You will be able to conclude that when these days are over. It is a milestone event for us because we really, in the definition and the execution of the space program, we are really investing more and more time, effort, and also money in helping Earth observation, and the investment that the public sector has done in Earth observation support citizen lives, not only urban, but certainly also, in as many ways as possible in order to give proper justice to the massive achievements that we have together collectively been able to make and to celebrate in the decades since Earth observation started. Today, we are living in the golden era of Earth observation, that is for sure. The amount of information that comes back from space every day is massive. It's definitely one of the absolutely biggest public data sets and also commercial data sets, meanwhile, that are made available for the benefit of services, applications, and also economic activity done by and carried out by for-profit organizations. And this is both our merit, your merit, and also to some extent, obviously, of the space agencies, but also something that commits us to doing more of this in the future. So if there is one thing that I'd like you to remember from this opening speech, I will not be talking about urban insights in particular, is really this, that we as a major space agency with continental responsibility for space in Europe, we are really doing as much as we can in order to make what used to be the last mile or the last kilometer of any space program, to make it the core and the driver of the space program. And that's why we take insights from workshops like this one very, very seriously, and we like to make sure and to guarantee actually that with what you bring forward here in terms of things that have already been booked in terms of successes, but also challenges and things that you would like to see more of, that we take that very seriously. And that's why we are very happy that today there are many representatives, not only of the expert Earth observation community, but also from the end users. So even if you don't know the radar equation, or you have no idea what hyperspectral measurements are, you are still at the right place, yeah? Because we will be discussing your challenges and your problems here during this week. So that's just to frame a little bit what is happening. Now, I will also introduce a little bit, for those of you who do not know our organization, what the European Space Agency actually is. Many people believe that the European Space Agency is an agency of the European Union. That is not the case. It is an intergovernmental organization with its own governance, 22, soon to be 23 member states. And we are here to promote space and cooperation of European states in space research, technology and applications for what is said in the ESA Convention, exclusively peaceful purposes. We are about 6,000 people. They are not all here on this site. About slightly less than 1,000 are here. And we have a budget of around close to 8 billion per year. That amounts to about a cinema ticket per head in Europe. But we are managing that money, obviously, with a strong focus on applications of space technology. Earth observation, telecommunication, navigation in particular, are very strong components of the European Space Program. And this year, for example, the Earth observation program amounts to in excess of 30% of the investment that Europe makes in space. That I don't think you see in many other places. So really the focus on benefit for the citizen and using technology for the benefit of mankind is very strongly embedded in the European Space Program. So this is where ESA is located throughout Europe, and in particular in the high-resolution optical image that you see in the circle. This is the site ESRIN, where you are today. We are close to 1,000 people working here, not only in Earth observation. We also do launcher development. We take care of the science community, and also one of the interesting activities that take place here on site is what we called the International Charter on Space and Major Disasters. This is an activity which involves space agencies from around the globe who have committed to, whenever disaster strikes anywhere on this planet, to make its data and its value-added instruments available to relief operations in support of the people in dire need of that. All of that is happening here. And maybe last but not least, we also have an activity here on site which is dedicated to what we call near-Earth objects, so things like asteroids that come a little bit too close and so on. We have a monitoring system in place using infrastructure which obviously is located all around the world to support all of that. It's a place which is one of several sites in use by the Earth Observation Programs Directorate, but it is really the headquarters of Earth observation in ESA, and in our mind, the headquarters of Earth observation in Europe. It is because all the program management and a lot of the transactions around what we are going to do in this program really take place here. Now, I said already that we are living in the golden era of Earth observation. That holds for Europe. It holds also for other agencies. But I think that it is fair to say that the Earth observing system that we have put together in Europe through the collective investment of ESA member states, the European Commission, EUMETSAT, which is the European Meteorological Satellite Organization, also the member states of the European Space Agency, all the 22 of them, plus the recently added, let's say, commercial activities, really has created a fleet of satellites and a fleet of technology in orbit, which is rather massive. Yeah? So what I'm looking at here is the close to 80 satellites that we are managing in this directorate. We take care of them in terms of development. We take care of them also after their active life in order to maximize the return on investment in this program. And we look at what is coming. It is rather massive. We are going to see a tripling of the already massive data sets coming from space in the years ahead. And this is something that is quite mind-boggling, actually, because it really means that there will be so much information here that this process of extracting information and supporting problem solving in places where they really matter really needs to be addressed systematically with the right tools, with the right investment, and so on, which is really a big change with respect to the situation in the space program, let's say 2 or 3 decades ago. Now, ESA is an organization that is involved in all kinds of space activities, as I already said. But in terms of Earth observation, I think we should stay, pause one moment to see what is actually happening. Obviously, the core of a space agency is to build satellites and to operate those. So that's what we call here, build satellites, manage missions. But in fact, a lot of the investment that we do is also in understanding the value of the data sets that we have. Calibration, validation. They're not the most exotic parts of the space program, but they're absolutely necessary in order to guarantee the quality of what we get from space, and also to be able to convince those who are investing in the services, who are investing in operational services based on our endeavor, that when you rely your service on a product, on something that has been built and R&D'd by the European Space Agency, that you can trust it. And you can trust also the error bars that you get with these measurements. This is absolutely fundamental to our organization. On top, ESA is not necessarily an operational agency in the sense that we would like to keep our services, the things that we started, running forever. We are an R&D-oriented organization. We like to demonstrate the potential and the quality of what can be done. But once that quality has been demonstrated, we actually do rely on other organizations, even for-profit organizations, to carry those forward. And we, as the European Space Agency, we will then have an exit strategy and move on to the next level of R&D that needs to be done to further advance the investment in space. So in this area of applying the data, we focus a lot on system understanding. We focus on digital twins. These are digital replica of elements of the Earth system, which are there to understand the past, measure the present, and hopefully also be able to predict the future. Climate change, but also biodiversity changes and pollution are becoming fundamental part of the space program. And in our work towards let's say, funding the future space program, as I said already, these things are becoming more and more fundamental. And last but not least, it's fair to say that space programs today, they need also a fair bit of disruptive innovation. We try to look at businesses, we try to look at solutions, we try to look at artificial intelligence, machine learning, all kinds of other technology that further the way that we provide the information. For example, until today, most of the information that users get from space is transmitted to ground via big antenna dishes on the ground, processed, and then made available. That might not be the model of the future. Maybe satellites will be able to task each other, and they will directly process the information on board and transform that information to the handheld device of the person who needs the information within minutes, not within hours or days or even longer. That sometimes is the case today. So we are working on digital technologies, artificial intelligence, onboard processing, different architectures for space systems, as well as working on the understanding and the quality of the product that we deliver. All of this is, of course, being done within the context of policy frameworks. So In the past, most space programs, they were defined by, if you will, by scientific needs or by operational monitoring needs by some service. Now we see more and more that this whole aspect of policy that can be linked to biodiversity, agriculture, nature restoration, or cities are basically dragging space into this because the perspective from space, the revisit period, the continuity of the observations, the resolution of the information, and also the guaranteed continuity that investing in this product and this service today is justified because you know that you will have those same measurements also 10 years from now or 15 years from now is absolutely fundamental. So both at European level, but also at international level, and to some extent also national or regional level, we are seeing this becoming a stronger driver, as I said, of the space program. And this meeting that you are attending here today is really an example of all of that. So I don't need to I think I'd hammer in this message even more than I've already done, but really this thing of doing space and investing in space and using public money for the good of the citizen, this is really the strongest driver of what we do here in this establishment. On top, what is fundamental for the organization that you are interfacing with here today is that we are an R&D agency. You should come to us with your challenging problems, things you don't understand, and we work it out together. That's the main message. And finally, let's say the concept that I've been talking about in the last few minutes really is how do we create action for the benefit of the planet? Yeah? So obviously we know that solutions to the challenges of the planet today are not going to come from the public sector alone, by far not. We need to create a different kind of economy. We need to work with public sector managers, but also for-profit economic operators, businesses, to try to find the trillions that will be needed every year to solve the climate, biodiversity, and pollution crisis. And that includes, of course, also the urban issues. So really, what you should see here in this slide is what we try to do and what we try to position as one of the major drivers for the program of space for the future is actually space for non-space. It's space, taking space into places where space has not had its common place before. So outside of the expert community of those who know the radar equation. Yeah? This is what I'm talking about. And so cross-sector collaboration, bringing users into the kitchen of the space program, and the space program hopefully also a little bit into your kitchen. That's the way we want to address all of this. And with this, I think I can stop. Just one more thing is that in late June next year, we will organize what we call the Living Planet Symposium in Vienna, in the Austria Center in Vienna, right next to the United Nations building. I invite all of you to come there, building on what you're learning here and discussing here in these 2 days. And for sure, Francesca and others will set up a nice program here to continue this discussion. I invite you to come there because this is a place where not only experts talk to experts, but also experts meet politicians, decision makers, ministers, and so on. It's a melting pot for Earth observation. It's probably the largest Earth observation symposium worldwide. So with this, I'd like to say we appreciate all of you taking the time coming here. We appreciate you coming with your questions, with your challenges, maybe a bit of constructive critique, friendly critique, and work with us to try and do the best for urban insight from space also in the future. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yes. So sorry for before I haven't introduced myself. I'm Francesca Elisa Leonelli, and I'm part of the program committee of Urban Insights from Space. And I thank Rune for giving a bit of context of how the European Space Agency is currently working with partners and with collaborators. So, indeed, it's not the first time that ESA organizes an event that specifies on urban applications. Maybe some of you in the room will remember of MOAS, Mapping Urban Areas from Space conference, that we had, for which we had two different editions, one in 2015 and one in 2018. So it was a very close to urban application event, but it was mainly scientific. So what we are trying to do with this new format, with URBIS, is exactly that, to have not only the scientific and technical state-of-the-art results presented, but also the user's perspective and the user's point of view. And indeed, the main, sorry, it's this one. The main objective of this workshop is to gather participants from different sectors, meaning that we want to have here a place where urban experts can speak to remote sensing experts and find also new ways to collaborate. But it's also a matter for us to stimulate the scientific community with those that are the challenges and priorities that come from the user's perspective. So it's a way also to hear for you, if you're from academia or industry working on remote sensing development, which are actually the challenges in cities management or all the rest that comes along. And of course, the third objective is that of exploring the state-of-the-art, the up-to-date solutions that are out there that you as a community are working on. So also put these things together and see common points and what is instead still needed to develop in the next future. So I want to strongly thank all the program committee, which has provided inputs. It's now some month that we have been working together in shaping the program, in identifying those that could have been the main topics to tackle during this workshop. And as you see from this list, there are different user communities, entities that have been part of the program committee. This meaning that we do not only invite people to attend, users to attend, but actually to have a proactive role in shaping the whole workshop. So a big thank you to all of you here that have contributed. Another big thank you goes to the scientific committee, which around all the world, I would say, has contributed in reviewing all the abstracts that we've received, which have been a lot. And so thanks to your reviews, we have been able also to select the most, let's say, prominent and interesting works to be shown in the workshop. So thank you to the scientific committee also. So looking at the program, I will just be very short in highlighting which is the organization these days. So today, after this welcome session, we will have an opening session with some key opening talks from the program committees and from cities' perspectives. And then we will have a panel discussion called Navigating Urban Futures with Earth Observation in the second part of the afternoon. Don't rush after, because we will have a group photo. I will give you some information later on where exactly this will happen. And then we will have buses bringing us to the social event, which is a non-hosted dinner at Casale Marchese, which is quite close to here. On the second day, we will start with a keynote session with 3 keynote speakers, followed by 4 sessions that start to dig into the technical presentations. One is on urban heat, one on quality, one on urban energy, and one on urban green infrastructures. They will happen here in the big hall, and they have the peculiarity of having a user participating as co-chair. So giving an introduction, co-chairing the whole session, and giving a key reflection at the end. In parallel, in the afternoon, we have in James Cook 2 demo areas where we will have some platforms that will be showcased, and there's the possibility to have one-to-one interactions with the Earth observation platforms and products. And last, in the afternoon, we will have the poster session that will happen in the tent. There's right behind those doors. There's a very large and wide tent with all the posters. And then on the third day, we will have a half-an-hour session on a hackathon presentations, followed by more technical presentations that will happen in parallel here in the big hall and in the Magellan, which is just close to the canteens. During coffee breaks, that will always happen in the tent, so where the posters are, also to facilitate you to reach them. There's also going to be the stakeholder engagement facility project with a screen showcasing different Earth observation programs. So take the opportunity during take the opportunity during coffee breaks to reach out to the CEF team. So a bit of logistics. We are currently in building 14, where you see it's in light blue, and all today will happen in the big hall. The second day we will be in the morning in the big hall, the canteen that is in the building 1, and then we will be mixed in big hall and James Cook. In building 1, you find not only the canteen and the James Cook, but also the Magellan and the ESA shop, if you wish, that is open during lunchtime. And on the third day, exactly, we are both in Big Hall and Magellan, both in the morning and in the afternoon. And all the day, the James Cook is available for one-to-one interactions with the data platforms. So we have courtesy transportation service from Frascati, as you have received already via email. So the departure from Frascati is in Piazza Marconi, and it brings you directly here to ESA. Tonight we will have the bus leaving from ESRIN going to the social dinner venue, and we'll bring you back at 10 p.m. to Frascati. And then tomorrow we have both Frascati to ESRIN and the way back. And on the Wednesday, it's from Frascati to here only. And there's the phone number in case you need assistance with logistics. You find everything in the welcome letter that you've already received anyways. Okay, you've got other useful information here. We have an ATM cash machine just close to the canteen. We have, for internet Wi-Fi, you can ask in the reception desk where you've registered for the event. And as I told you, the ESA Space Shop is available during lunchtime. Last thing, if you've not registered for the social dinner but you want to, there's still the possibility to do so. As I was telling you, we will leave from here with the buses this evening around 7 after the group photo. And with that, I've finished my welcoming, and I really hope you're going to enjoy the whole workshop and the whole program. Thank you for being here. So I shall ask my colleague Mark Paganini to come, and thanks again, Rune, for your welcoming.
So maybe the time for Francesca to take a position. So let me introduce myself. My name is Mark Paganini. Many of you remember me from the time of MUVAS.
It's not.
I don't know if it's not.
Can you go back to?
It works, yeah. So I know a lot of you. It's very nice to see you back in ESRIN. I don't know if Olivier is in the room, because I would like to acknowledge the work that Olivier Arino did, because he was the initiators of the mapping of urban area from space workshops. I saw him, but maybe he's not anymore in the room. So Francesca, you can introduce this session. Okay, now it works better.
Yeah. So sorry, yes. So now we start the opening session, and sorry. Yeah, and can you go back to my present? Yeah, perfect. Sorry for that. It's not working. Okay, I'll be quick. Okay, so coming to our opening session, we will start with some opening talks from our program committee members on the user's perspective. So here, then we will introduce one by one the program committee members, because the reason of this opening session is really to set the scene from the user's perspective, and also hearing from them the challenges and the expectations from this 3-day workshop. Following, we will have an opening talk to give us the policy perspective from Benjamin Kasper from DGENV. And last, cities perspective, so really concrete experience from who has to deal with this or that project specifically in the context of city management. So let's start. Yeah.
Okay. So we are going now to start with the first part of this session, which is actually inviting a few members from the program committee. And the first one is Petya Pishmisheva. I did it well, I think. So she works at the European Union Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. Actually, she's the coordinator for Climate and Energy, which is an initiative of the European Commission that has been mobilizing local and regional actions on climate and energy for over 15 years. So now in this position, she essentially supports local authorities, which means essentially cities. But in the past, Petya also worked in the UN Climate Change Secretariat, supporting the intergovernmental process with focus on climate resilience. So you see a very nice profile to introduce the workshop. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Francesca, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to URBIS. Thanks to ESA for organizing this event. And unfortunately, it takes place against the backdrop of unprecedented floods in Central and Eastern Europe. But this is also the reality we face, that climate drivers are more frequent, more extreme. And this is why the objectives that gathers us here to bridge the community of geospatial, space-based data and applications to the challenges at the urban level is so much more important. It is local authorities that are at the forefront when disaster strikes, but they are also the ones who plan how to prevent damages, how to make our lives as citizens livable. And this is why it is really important to try to create this bridge and bring the potential of the solutions and applications that US community are developing at the local level. The Covenant of Mayors is a rather unique initiative. It is not an organization, but rather a movement of local authorities across Europe. It is an initiative of the European Commission, of 2 Directorate Generals on energy and climate action. And for the past 15 years since its existence, this initiative has mobilized over 11,000 European municipalities, big, small, and mid-sized from across Europe. What the mobilization is about is planning, what are the sources of emissions, what is the potential to adapt to climate change and to address the the situation of the most vulnerable members of our community. And this is, in a nutshell, through a robust action planning, where mayors and the local staff also need to make decisions about what are the right and most effective actions on climate and energy to take, to monitor them in time. And this is exactly in this planning process that the solutions, the applications, the data that comes from space-based services come into play, because there is a huge potential for them to contribute to a very ambitious objective. Because by mid-century, the ambition is that Europe becomes the first climate-neutral continent. These are the also EU-wide objectives, but that by 2050, each city, each country in Europe is climate neutral. For this to happen, well, we need to act at an accelerated pace, because time is also quite limited, while the transformation needs to happen at a very deep level, not only in terms of the conditions, but also behavioral change, societal change, and in this case we need to address climate, energy, environmental challenges on the entire territories of local authorities, but also leaving no one behind, because it's important that those most vulnerable communities and members of society are not left behind to prevent creating other conflicts. And it also means enabling both the big and the small municipalities, because we know we have big and more ambitious cities with bigger capacities and resources, but the majority of European cities, or rather towns, are small and mid-sized. We also have huge rural areas in Europe, and the challenges for the agricultural areas are rather big, while they have a significant impact from climate change. So there is a huge need for evidence-based data, and there is a lot of data. Just a few weeks ago, we saw the launch of Sentinel 2C, which will produce even more data at different scales and spectrums to help the better resource management of soil, water, and so forth. So it's how to make sense of all these data and to make it accessible and usable by local authorities. I guess that's one part of the challenge that we will try to tackle in the next days. And Mr. Floberhagen touched upon a very important aspect, that's policy. And there was a slide also around the big package that the European Commission crafted in the past few years, the so-called Fit for 55, but then we'll have another 2040 objectives towards a 90% reduction of gases. I mean, policy is very important because policy drives the direction of action, and it requires action and a process of planning, decision-making, consistent monitoring. So a lot of this package that would be transposed in member states, maybe around 85% of it is actually to be implemented by cities at the local level. And it is meant to have an impact on all of us as residents of the settlements that we live in. So while it's a keynote speech, I also wanted to make it very practical, and because we asked what are the needs of local authorities. So we have run a few consultations, and also with these colleagues, we have also a larger process of collaboration and trying to take away and to summarize what are these needs. So I would enumerate a few, and we'll start with, for example, mitigation. It's really identifying what are the sources of emission and especially those potent greenhouse gases like methane leaks. There's a lot around buildings, heat loss and effectiveness, but also renewables. What's the potential of rooftops to have PV potential or green roofs? Optimal locations of wind farms, but also a lot around mobility. That comes with management of transportation and the impact on improving the air quality. Carbon sinks, a big unknown area which drives more and more interest at the city to know what are the natural carbon sinks and the potential of those to contribute to their ambition. On adaptation, even more so, the tree canopy, the vegetation health, the soil's healing ratios, the identification of hotspots and how to handle heat waves in a city landscape. That is really one of the big priorities, and not understandably why, when a lot of the summer months were striking record high temperatures across Europe. But also changes in land use patterns, urban sprawl, and areas that are prone to various natural hazards like floods, landslides, and so forth. These are, in a way, also topics that we, as a program committee, try to enshrine into the sessions that will come up in the next few days, and hopefully from those discussions we are a step closer towards identifying where those needs of local authorities and what services, application data, and solutions you have through your work can come closer together and be effectively applied on the ground. So again, thank you very much for convening us here in a very diverse group, and I very much look forward to the next days and the exchanges.
Thank you very much, Petja. I must say that on ESA's side, the fact of having this connection with the Covenant of Mayors has been very, let's say, it's been a step forward towards our connection with users, so thank you for your intervention and your support. So it's a pleasure for me now to introduce Puriya Salehi, who is working at ICLEI World Secretariat as the head of Urban Research, Innovation and Development team. He has a decadal experience professionally in sustainable development, specializing in digitalization, smart solutions, innovative finance, and climate adaptation, among the others. So it's a real pleasure to have you here, and thank you for your intervention.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're all out of the food coma. I'm just coming out of it, little by little. But it's a pleasure to be part of this convening, seeing a lot of friends amongst the audience. But also, first and foremost, I wanted to thank the URBIS program committee, Francesca and the team, put a lot of effort to bringing the leading edge of observation, research, technical solutions, and different stakeholders with cities and practitioners that sometimes are called end users. I probably would call them not only sort of consumer of these solutions, but also prosumers of them. Quickly starting with a quick intro to ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability. ICLEI is the largest and the leading global network of cities and local and subnational governments, with more than 2,500 cities and regional and subnational governments under our network in more than 125 countries, actually 136 to be accurate. So we are working on different arenas, from research and innovation to policy and advocacy, to support sustainable development across the board, both in Global South and Global North. We have now over 700 experts in-house in 24 offices, and I'm basically based in the headquarters, the World Secretariat. So taking a quick roll at what ICLEI does, we oftentimes start our work at the research and innovation, working with our research and innovation partners on different topical areas that addresses our sustainability and sustainable development, knowing that we are living in a multi-crisis situation, probably climate change, the most important one of them. And then we put efforts into translation of the knowledge to practice and vice versa, because we believe that that's a two-way street to not only feed the policy and practice with the research and innovation, but also take back the findings and inform the forthcoming research and innovation. And then, of course, the policy recommendation is not the end game. Like, we need to come up with tools and methods to capacitate cities that are at the forefront of addressing these challenges. And we collaborate with a wide range of stakeholders across the globe to develop all of this. But this is not the end game either. We cannot leave the burden of using these tools and methods on cities, and therefore we work on capacity building modules. And then comes to coordination, and you may wonder, what do we mean by that? It's like, we understand in so many regions and countries, there's no proper connection at different levels of governments linked to international processes. So we are trying to sort of support the coordination at the multi-level governance, ensuring that there is an alignment on the strategies and resources needed for implementation of different solutions to address the crisis. And then it will move to implementation of these solutions hand in hand with cities, and then advocacy in the sense of bringing the voice of cities up there. As you know, ICLEI is as you probably know, at least some of you know, is a focal point of local and municipal authorities constituency at 3 sister conventions, mainly UNFCCC. And then we also make sure that we feed all this knowledge into international processes, from scientific processes such as Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change to other international processes linked to sustainability. But like, we really start with cities, and knowing that it's important to ensure that the work that we do is actually focusing on the right gaps and priority topics. So obviously I take a research and innovation angle as that's my role. In our organization, but also at Global Covenant of Mayors, which is basically a sister parent sort of convening of European Covenant of Mayors. So we start with identifying challenges and gaps with scientists, but also with city practitioners and other stakeholders, right? Civil society, businesses. And I think a meaningful journey that I can refer to is Season Climate Change Science Conference that was held back in 2018 in Montreal. No, actually Edmonton in Canada. And the primary outcome of it was the Global Research and Action Agenda, for short GRAA, which was approved at the 47th session of IPCC in Incheon in Korea. And then later, this event was co-sponsored by IPCC, am I right, Karen? And then in 2021, this journey continued, and this time GCOM and UN Habitat sort of co-organize another event, change the name to sort of, for consistency purposes, called Innovate for Cities, with 7,000 online participants, which the primary outcome of this one was the updated Global Research and Action Agenda. So on the left side, you'll see the priority topic will, called as GRAA will, and then on the right side, you will see the updated one that came from the conversation and discussions of the 2021 event. And then just literally last week, we had the Innovate for Cities 2024 in Montreal. And we worked with a lot of cities and academia from ICLEI World Congress in Sao Paulo, 1,500 participants, more than hundreds of cities participating in that space, but also a lot of scientists, including colleagues and friends from IPCC, BORA, from Mission Innovation, European Commission, and so many other universities and research institutions. And we really want to make sure that our efforts is directing to the priorities of the cities, because the nature of priorities and gaps and challenges cities are facing is dynamic, and we can't deal with them as if they are static and they are there for decades. So basically in this wheel, you will see just a sneak preview of what is being currently developed based on the discussions and conversation. And obviously, you can see that risk, uncertainty, and digitalization are receiving more and more recognition, which the digitalization and risk are particularly relevant to the conversation that we have today here, as also Rune mentioned in his keynote speech. So this is where we start. Thematically, as you can see, the middle ring is focused on the thematic topics. The inner one is looking at the cross-cutting topics, but also the outer ring that is focusing on the approaches needed and the enabling factors to address those challenges. So now we know that these are the challenges and priorities as entry points, right? And it might be different regions. We acknowledge that, right? And obviously, there has been a plethora of solutions and efforts to address all these challenges. And obviously, we're here to explore how space-related technology and data can also support further, at least from my perspective, to further address all these challenges. But there is a sort of challenge that we have observed with some of our partners, chief among them UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub and Mission Innovation, which is a partnership of more than 20 countries in European Union on behalf of European Commission on behalf of European Union. And it's the fact that when it comes to a lot of sustainability and climate issues, we are taking a very static problem-solving approaches, as if it's just like that problem is not really evolving, and taking this carbon tunnel vision and only focusing on, for example, GHG reduction, which is fair. We do need to reduce the GHG emissions. But the reality is when you go to countries and cities, particularly in Global South, you realize that their priorities are different. Not only because of what their politicians have committed to during the election, which definitely matters on the way they are sort of mobilizing and prioritizing resources for different solutions, but the actual needs of communities. So if in a city, citizens have problems to access water or energy or basic health, like talking about GHG reduction is really not super relevant to them, right? So I think what we are promoting is basically trying to take a more dynamic solution provision. And I on purpose put this up here because my colleague Dennis Pamlin, the Executive Director of Mission Innovation NCI, will speak in more details tomorrow at the keynote speaking section at the beginning of the day. But what we are promoting here is how we can ground our solutions to address human needs. And probably this is my core sentence for my intervention here is how we can take human needs into consideration and give them the center stage, and we are thinking about any solution, because the world is not limited only to global north or western contexts that oftentimes have enough resources to address their challenges. And also, this is also another opportunity for cities, for the current cities in Global South, for cities in Global North, but also for those cities that will be the home to the future population, African cities, Asian cities, Latin American cities, and how best we can export the good practices with high potential, high replication potential to those cities and vice versa, right? And that's why I call cities prosumers, because we believe cities through export and exporting their solutions can sort of move up in the value chain. So a very tangible example, I would like to take the example of transportation. Do we need to how do we really look into transportation and mobility? It's if it translated to moving from A to B, then probably we would just touch the tip of the iceberg and only address the patterns and the events, right? But think about the COVID pandemic and think about all the changes that this pandemic forced on us, and some of the solution providers leveraged it to offer a different type of solutions. So the reality is, it is not about moving from A to B. It's rather about access. We take transportation to go to a conference, to education, to job, to access health. If we think like this, then we can think about a lot of different solutions, from drones to e-health to e-education, and then we don't take only just this sort of simplified solutions such as, electric cars. We have to move towards more electric cars. We already know that, there's a correlation between household income and power purchase of electric cars, and also the environmental, sort of downsides of putting this solution at a scale, electric cars, right? But then if we change this perspective and ground it on the access as a core human need, then we can deal with it differently. And that's exactly where space data and space-related technology can support a lot of solutions. And instead of merely focusing on, again, those solutions are good, but just like talking about different types of solutions, merely focusing on autonomous driving, we can think of how else we can deliver these services and cater to the needs of human in different regions. So speaking of that, I quickly wanted to showcase this AI-powered assessment tool that we have co-developed with our partners that is basically informed by IPCC 1.5 degrees report and the demand chapter.
You need to conclude to finish your...
Absolutely. I know there's a lot on that, but it's one on the solution leadership and the other one on human leadership. I put the QR code so that you can simply go through it and play around with it. Just giving it a couple of more minutes, a couple of more seconds, and then the other tool that is focusing on cities' roles and goals. A lot of cities. And when we are talking about cities, we are not only talking about the local governments, but also other stakeholders, actors, incubators, startups, business sectors, research and innovation communities, that they can work with cities and come up with the type of solutions that they could define proper role of the cities. Oftentimes we see that some of the cities are in the red area, some in the gray area, but very few in the third, where it's actually what we need to have cities there. Again, I encourage you to attend Dennis's speech tomorrow to speak more to that. And then, talking about the crucial role of data combined with a human needs perspective, just quickly, this is a quick sort of figure to showcase the perspective that we take. This human need analogy. I was inspired by Winston Cho, the co-chair of working group 2, when he used this analogy, and I put together this diagram of this long, short, and peripheral vision on this, and then how space-related data and technology can really support different solutions. I need probably a few more minutes on this, but I have to skip this part, but I would love to engage with you post this conversation in our break. To speak more onto that. But my last slide is about this upcoming IPCC special report on climate change in cities, and we have one of the champions of it in-house, Karen Sito, who's been behind this with other folks driving it. And why I'm sharing this is because the approved outline of it by the member states that was approved on 1st of August in Sofia is offering a lot of room to really synthesize the existing knowledge, but not only the academic literature, because oftentimes the type of cutting-edge solutions, including those type of solutions that are supported by Earth observation technologies and space data, are not yet in academic literature. And this report is opening room to some extent to sort of leveraging this gray literature, making sure that we synthesize all this knowledge and making it as policy relevant and as solution oriented as possible based on what IPCC Bora has mentioned. So I know I'm out of time, maybe even ran a couple of more minutes over that. Thank you for giving this opportunity, and looking forward to engaging in conversations in much deeper in the coming hours and days. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pur. Yeah, sorry if I interrupted you, but we have a very tight schedule. But I mean, I thank you anyway for the good summary you did, and to remember us that citizens must be at the center of the solutions. And what I like also in your presentation is the fact that many cities and many networks now start to have this research and innovation as part of their processes, and the knowledge development and transfer is key also to your process. So the next person I will invite is Dennis. So, oops, sorry, need to go to my computer. So Dennis is, well, I know Dennis for some time now. We've been working for many years together. Is from UN Habitat, so it's important also to have, and I guess that many of you know UN Habitat. Is a geospatial data expert at the data analytics sections of UN Habitat, where he coordinates initiatives around integration of Earth observation, geospatial analysis, and big data analytics into urban monitoring processes. So this includes, of course, methodological development, and I must say that I'm sometimes impressed by his knowledge in Earth observation applications. And we sometimes, we often actually specified the requirements together of the projects we did together, but is also involved very much into partner engagement, capacity development in countries and cities, which is key to UN Habitat, data productions, and obviously the global reporting in the policy frameworks. So Dennis, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mark. And the challenge of coming last towards the end is you have to rush to beat the time. Good afternoon. It's really nice to be here, to meet see a lot of friends I've not seen in a while. I feel like this conference and this discussion is actually designed for UN Habitat. I know we've been part of the partners organizing this and in the advisory team. My slides don't seem to be showing up, but I'll just continue. Okay, I'll just continue speaking. Okay. As they come, I'll just continue speaking. I think we are also moving a bit late. I feel like this discussion is really designed for UN Habitat because we are the UN agency that is mandated to promote sustainable urbanization. And we are working for countries and member states in most of the time. Of course, we are shaping a bit of the policy and actions on sustainable urbanization and working majorly in the area of providing adequate shelter for all. So within our mandate, we are working on 4 main areas. We're working in the areas of cities and climate change. We're working in the areas of housing. We're working in the areas of ensuring sustainable urbanization. And when I say sustainable urbanization, I want to emphasize, we talk about cities, but many times we also forget cities are connected to non-urban areas. So when we talk about sustainable urbanization, we always have to think that whatever actions we do in cities have implications on the areas that surround them. And that's why moving the discourse more to urban-rural continuum sort of thinking is always critical for us so that we are able to address issues of cities while actually also ensuring we don't disadvantage the non-urban areas. So from UN Habitat, we have been at the lead in, of course, supporting work on the Sustainable Development Goals. Rune was showing the global framework for which we're operating and for which ESA is also working. And there you see we have the SDGs, we have the New Urban Agenda, we have the Paris Agreement, we have the UNDRR and related. So from UN Habitat, we support a lot these different initiatives to ensure that we are promoting the use of data and information to actually help us to move towards the set targets that countries or member states actually sign up to. So I just wanted to show in my presentation some of the few things we've been doing and some of the impacts that they're already having. I still don't have my slides yet, but I'll continue speaking. Some of the things would be nice to show in a map, unfortunately, but since the slides are not here, it's okay, I just keep talking about them. So I'll just say what the value so far of Earth observation, geospatial information has handed us in the last few years. And I remember in 2015-16, when just after the discussions for the SDGs, and people were discussing about the indicator framework for the SDGs, one of the key questions that everyone was asking is how are countries going to measure the 100 plus and 91 indicators within such a short time, and each country actually you have to provide so much resources to be able to produce this huge demand. Those discussions, when we went to the specifics of the indicators, there was really a requirement in most of the cases by the group that works on the SDGs, the IAG SDGs, to encourage the adoption of technologies that actually make it easy for data productions by countries and also at the local level. And Earth observations was actually one of the key things that was identified. For many reasons. One, very scalable. Two, very repeatable. Three, we have this continuous development of these open resources that make work so easy. And again, I want to comment many institutions, ESA, I see colleagues also from JRC, I see colleagues from DLR here. A lot of the work that actually has gone into making some of these products available and openly accessible to countries. I'll say, without any fear of contradiction, that we have made very significant progress from our side, at least as UN Habitat, in tracking the performance of SDG 11 because Earth observation and geospatial analysis have actually made it possible for us to also help countries actually to utilize these resources. And the interesting story is SDG 11 actually has among the highest number of indicators that requires to use Earth observation, geospatial information. If I had my slide there, I'll show you the distribution. And one of the key outcomes has been the movement for the indicators from being tier 3 indicators, for which methodologies have not been clear and for which measurement is not happening, has transitioned very fast for these SDG 11 indicators. From them being tier 3 around 2017 to all of them moving to tier 1 in 2022. I'll just skip straight. I don't want to. Okay, I'll talk about this and I'll come back.
Dennis, we need to apologize for this problem. So take your time. If you want to come back to some of your slides, you can do it. Huh?
Okay, thank you, Mark. Yes, so I was just talking about this slide and talking about some of these. You see in this slide on the left here, just showing you within the SDG framework, a lot of the indicators that require the use of geospatial data, observation. SDG 11 there has about 4 indicators. It's among the highest within the SDG framework. We have moved these indicators from being tier 3, meaning the methods were not very clear, they were not defined, they were not accepted, to being tier 1 in a span of less than 5 years because it was so easy to convince member states about how these technologies actually come to play and what the value they add, but also the ability to relate with the data that is produced for actual decision making. So here, to really say that Earth observation, geospatial information have significantly contributed to enhance data availability in the urban landscape. Then I just go back to an even more important point for me, that through urban insights from space, we are actually starting to question a lot of the data that we've always related with over the years. I think most of us have seen these beautiful charts over the years that says we moved from 30% urban to today 56%, we are moving to 68%. And many questions have been raised over the years. So with all this urbanization, where is it happening? How is it looking like? With actually analysis from space-based application, we are today able to see what this means for countries, but also for larger areas within countries. And again, to even question what the data we've been following is. There's an ongoing discussion in the last few years about if the world is actually more urban than the UN has been reporting. And this discussion is purely come to us because we are able actually to see what the urbanization looks like in space across countries. And a lot of the global application from the WCF to GHSL is actually showing us what this really means in practical terms and really helping us to have this conversation. And in the next iteration of the world urbanization prospects, you'll start to see some of these actually changes perhaps in some of the estimates for urbanization. And then the implications of the data that we get from this. What does it mean? Is it possible to develop policies that are equal or that are the same, to say you need policies on urbanization for big cities and small cities, or you really need to separate this? And this is only possible when you can actually be able to analyze each of these cities separately based on the data coming from other observations and related. So here, again, I will not highlight everything, but I just want to show here, colleagues before me, I think from the two organizations already talked about looking in the policy side. There's a very powerful tool for decision makers in seeing. I've had conversations with the mayors and representatives from cities, and you present to them a very nice chart showing how the urbanization is happening or their cities are transforming in a chart. Okay, and they ask me, okay, Dennis, so what does it mean? What does it mean for me as a decision maker? If you say 60% of my population has access to water or sanitation, if I don't know the 40% where they are, what exactly am I supposed to do? Then you present a map. The same thing you're presenting with those beautiful charts. You present a map and the discussion completely changes, because people start to relate with the exact locations of these inequalities and the kind of information. The same applies to, of course, when we say cities are growing and cities are changing, and we need to have a conversation of moving from city within city planning to regional development. What does it mean? When you actually produce a map and show, like from other observation, you actually are showing how your cities are growing, then this triggers the much needed conversation for this mayor or the person working in the region to actually see the value of actually relating with the person who is in that region. And this directly helps actually in decision making. In the area of inequality, I think Petio was already talking about climate change, urban heat islands. We've actually now working on a report on cities and climate change. It will be launched this year in November. And one of the things we've been analyzing is the urban heat islands and the changes in green areas. And we've seen in many cities, of course, the cities grow. There's a lot of impact in changes in green areas. And we're actually looking at the inequalities of what this means by zooming down to specific sublocalities and relating the data coming from other observations with the data model populations and seeing these places don't have adequate provision of green areas and their heat island effects at a certain threshold. Then we really need to use this then for decision making. And here again, the resources data coming from the space-based application helps us to really move to that direction. And this applies actually across all the sectors of urban development. Now, more to the need. I say the need in the context of what I have seen and what I think perhaps is a challenge for all of us. We have made so much progress in the applications for monitoring and tracking urban insights. What we need to do now is starting also to make clear what the products we produce are meant to do. There's a lot of confusion. I go to many countries and I present like amazing maps and data. Then someone asks me, but Dennis, I cannot see my house. Yeah? Or this thing looks like a block of small things that is not really clear for me. As we produce data, and of course continue to develop in this area, we need also to be clear on what the products we're producing can and what they cannot do. For me, I find this to be one of the biggest problems that we have. Of course, we are developing. We will not stop developing, but please, if a product is good for, say, city-level analysis, it is good for us to be clear that this product should be used for city-wide analysis, not neighborhood-level analysis. And this helps a lot to sort of balance this confusion, because we have made significant progress, and I say this from the UN perspective, in convincing countries on the value of Earth observation geospatial information. And we're building a lot of trust. The moment we start also creating distrust in what the resources we are producing are not able to do, yet we are promoting them as they can do something, that creates a huge setback for us. And that's why for me, I would really like in this conversation in the next few days to actually think about this and be clear at the end that while we have these products, there are limitations, and these are perhaps what would be required to be next. Then the last thing I say is, in many countries and in many cities, we still have significant issues of capacity. And capacity here is not just about capacity to be able to produce this data themselves, but also capacity to even understand how the data is produced. In many cases, we don't need every country or every city to produce data themselves or to mine data from ESA, from Sentinels, but actually to relate with the products that are being produced from that. They just need to be able at least to have good information about what exactly is this done and how it is done, and even if they cannot replicate it, at least know how it is produced. Then I stopped by just telling you that we are building, from UNHabitat, we are building a coalition on data, on urban data, and welcome you, of course, to all the organizations to please feel free to reach out to this. The intention, of course, as UNHabitat, we're interested in housing at the start, but we're also working in other 4 areas, climate, resilience, and related. And we really want to build this coalition to ensure that we are producing data that is consistent and also that is innovative to enable us to measure and track the urban issues faster. And I welcome, of course, all these things that we're doing. We have the Earth Observation Toolkit for Sustainable Cities. Because why we have it? We worked on with Geo and Leo for SDGs to put this together. Because we have so many products spread in so many places and so useful products. So many times when even myself as a person working in this area, I want to find like a resource for something that is useful, for example, urban e-Thailands, I have to start Googling. Imagine if you had one place where you actually have a catalog of all these services and have different links to this. So the Earth Observation Toolkit actually attempts to do that by bringing all these resources and also specifying what each of the products can do and what it cannot do. And we believe that we can all actually contribute to that common resource to help us to move to the future we desire. And finally, I welcome to the World Urban Forum. It's in November, 4 to 8 November in Cairo. We will continue this discussion and we're very happy to host you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis, also for highlighting the importance of clarifying which products are useful for what. The matter of trust in cities is definitely a key point to, let's say, have the uptake. And yes, we have the World Urban Forum, well, that you reminded all of us, is 5 to 8 of November in Cairo. I think it's the world's most biggest event on sustainable urbanization. So yeah, keep aligned on this. So it's a pleasure for me now to introduce Claudia Baranzelli. She leads the Geospatial lab at OECD and manages different projects in various fields related to territorial department. She holds a PhD in urban, regional, and environmental planning from Politecnico of Milan. And thank you for all the support in the program also. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I think now it's active. Yeah. Thank you, Francesca, and thank you to all ESA colleagues for inviting me of being there and here, and also for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the organization itself of this event. Now I have the opportunity to give you an idea of what we do at the OECD and what does it mean for us gaining urban insights from space. I know we're running against time, so I'll be very brief with this introduction, but I cannot give for granted that everybody in the audience is actually super familiar with my own organization. OECD is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. It's an international organization counting 38 member states all across the globe, and of course we also work with member countries through dedicated programs. Of course, being such an holistic organization, our goals are quite high level, I would say. So it's good for us, for the practitioners, to push a little bit the boundaries. And of course, what we do, and in particular, the part of the house where I work, is to provide evidence-based for making better policies for better lives. Nothing less than that. As I was mentioning, in particular in the part of the OECD where I work, I deal more directly with data producing indicators that can tell something beyond the national level. So we work a lot building comparable and timely statistics at the most possible granular scale. And of course, we disseminate the work that we do in different ways. We have our statistical portal. We, of course, produce reports, indicator frameworks. We also disseminate indicators through our data visualization tools, and we try to work beyond our official representatives coming from our member states through networks and community. Myself, I'm the head of the OECD Geospatial Lab, which is in fact a platform or a community, if you wish, where we try to connect different organizations, not necessarily at national level, but also at regional or local level. We try to work with the private sector alike, so also private data providers, for instance, and then, of course, the academia and the research world. Our scope is, of course, to develop and to disseminate policy-relevant analysis and indicators that are based on geospatial data and geospatial information. So now with the next slides, I just want to give you a little bit of a flavor of the work that we do. I'll touch upon examples that have been mentioned already by Dennis, by everybody actually before me. With each example, I will increase a little bit the complexity of the question behind that has produced this type of work. This first example is about how we look at functional urban areas across OECD countries and how we compare population growth or decline with the expansion of urban land. So as Dennis was mentioning before, how we categorize urban sprawl. And this is something that we have just produced. It will be launched in the next flagship report, Regions and Cities at a Glance, edition 2024, so this year, where we see that if we look at OECD functional urban areas across our countries, 70% of them, they experience population growth, but the built-up expansion has significantly outpaced that. Then, of course, and of course I didn't mention, but behind this map there is GHSL. So thank you so much to the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. So a purely based or almost purely based data product coming from satellite imagery. But the more complex the questions become, the higher the need to actually combine different data coming from different sources and not necessarily just from satellite imagery. In this case, I'm bringing the example of how we can analyze the behavior of housing demand, especially during and after the COVID period. And here we cannot just look at the urban fabric as can be currently depicted using satellite imagery. We also need to look at some other variables that are coming from different sources, such as, of course, for instance, housing prices. And of course, the patterns that emerge, they are actually quite interesting. And a final third example about building decarbonization. Again, it was mentioned before, we need to look into cities, actually not only cities, but in general urban settlements, and try to understand how the decarbonization can happen for different places with different mechanisms, because they are facing different challenges and they have different opportunities to leverage. And in this case, I'm showing just data related to the main energy source that is used for eating in occupied dwellings across municipalities in different countries. And again, this piece of information that is coming from surveys or from the census is not enough. It needs to be combined with information that's distilled, for instance, from satellite imagery. So I mentioned a couple of examples, but they're already piling up, I would say. And of course, the work that we do at the OECD is to, in a way, serve and support our member countries, whether it's the central national government or regional and local governments. So it's very important to us that we disseminate the work that we do in the most efficient manner. And in fact, now we're currently working at the final touches to a new platform that we hope will become more and more central in disseminating our work. That's the OECD Municipal and Local Data Platform, where we will be disseminating data and indicators at the local administrative level, so municipalities in a nutshell. The structure will be flexible enough to actually host not just these type of indicators at this level of detail, but also raster data. So we have a plan, just to say that it will be very interesting to watch its evolution in time. And this is just to give you a very quick overview of the different indicators that so far we have included in the platform and that we are, of course, planning to maintain through time. So it will not be a one-off, but it will be a platform where the knowledge that we produce progressively will be included. My final two slides, they are actually about a last example of collaboration that we are putting in place, and I think it's a good example because it refers to collaboration that is taking place within the Geospatial Lab and is also supported by ESA, so I feel obliged to mention it. It's a very nice little project. It's called the EuroFab, which stands for European Urban Fabric Classification. And again, we have spoken about how important it is to monitor urban fabric. This project is exactly about that. How can we do that in a better way? In a way that we can produce a data product that is actually useful also for the practitioners, for instance, in a planning office of a municipality. I don't have to convince you that this is a good, let's say, a good objective. So the why urban fabric and why now, in a way, I hope they are already part of your thoughts. So of course, we want to understand how cities are evolving, because this is also a way for us to steer the development in the desired direction. And why now? Because, again, thanks to all researchers and all data scientists across the globe who have produced, for instance, GHSL, but there are still gaps, as Dennis was saying, there are still something better that we can do, and this little project is trying to fill, or at least to contribute to fill that gap. So I will not give you the detail, but of course it's a project that will produce an output that will be open source, including software, algorithms, and also open data sets that hopefully will pave the road for a large-scale inference chain, so for upscaling application. So my very last slide is about next steps and future work. I go back to a couple of points I mentioned before. The OECD Municipal and Local Data Platform will be launched at the upcoming World Urban Forum in Cairo. So week of November from 4th to 8th. One more reason to be at the World Urban Forum. For us, it will be a very nice opportunity to launch the platform and also call for contributions and for feedback, which is also the same pledge that I make here. Some of the analysis that we have seen will be published in the upcoming Regions at Cities at a Glance, which is a flagship publication that we publish every 2 years. So keep an eye also for this upcoming one. And then please come to me if you want to be involved. Also, not just in general in the OECD Geospatial Lab, but also more specifically about the Eurofab project. We want to reach out to different categories of stakeholders, both on the producer side and, most importantly, on the user side. So we want to make sure that since the inception of the project, we are actually taking on board the needs of what will be the final users of this output. And with this, I thank you all, and hopefully we will have 2.5 days to chat. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Claudia. No, I mean, as you know, OECD is essentially about statistics, and important to have comparable and timely statistics is key. And I mean, we've seen good examples of use of Earth observation data and on also of collaborations. And I'm glad to see that we have a project together with us and this initiative on the data platform. We will be discussing data platform during this conference is really key. We are running really late and we need to keep the time. So we decided to change slightly the program. So we were supposed to have a round table now and yeah, we decided to skip it. I'm sorry for all of the speakers we wanted to invite and also to, I mean, we had some questions prepared for them and also to take questions from the audience, from the participants. I mean, the time doesn't allow us to do this. We sincerely apologize for this. And I think we move to the next part of the session, which is, I think it's me to introduce, if I'm not wrong, yeah? Because it will be, yeah, sorry. We're changing a bit the program, so we need to. So we have, yeah, we wanted now to. You heard a lot about policies and cities, of course. So we wanted to give the floor to the European Commission. So in this case, we invited DG Environment, and we have Benjamin Caspar. I think he's online. Huh? I hope so. I am. But let me introduce you first. I hope that you can hear us very well. Benjamin is currently coordinating the urban nature and biodiversity policy at the European Commission, including urban aspects of the nature restoration law. And I think many of you knows how critical that law, the process has been on the nature restoration law. And we are just happy that at the end it was adopted a few months ago. So I'm sure that Benjamin will say something about this. And Benjamin joined the European Commission in 2002 and has undertaken various roles, including managing the European Green Capital Award, developing sustainable food policy, and running the European eco-labeling scheme and working on marine conservation. I'm not sure you are going to talk much about marine conservation today, but for sure about urban.
Hey, thanks very much. Can you hear me?
It looks like the sound is good.
Sounds good. You can't see me, maybe, but
no, we see you.
You can. Excellent. Okay, great. Well, thanks very much for inviting me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. Everything all right?
Can I ask you if you have a presentation to show, or
I don't have a presentation.
Okay, great.
I'm just going to talk, and then I'm going to be quite quick to help you with your time management. So I'm able to adjust my presentation because I haven't got any slides. Yeah, really, I just wanted to, oh, goodness me, I'm giant above you. You should shrink me down to human size. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, I'm just going to talk a bit about the nature restoration law, which is now a regulation. So we're now calling it the Nature Restoration Regulation. It was a rocky ride to get this new law in place, but I'm very happy that it is now in force as of the 18th of August. So it is legally binding in all member states of the EU. And I think it's pretty important in terms of environmental policy. It's the first major piece of nature and biodiversity policy for about 20 years since the Birds and Habitats Directive. So we're talking about something that I think is quite significant. The background is that it comes out of the European Green Deal, which was Ursula von der Leyen's Commission's sort of headline policy framework 5 years ago, and is part of that. And it was very exciting for us. It was that they would, recognise that nature and biodiversity were as important as climate change. They were one and the same, part of the same sort of story, which I'd been telling everyone, or we'd been telling everyone for years. But anyway, that was very good. And then we announced the biodiversity strategy, which had 4 parts to it. One is a massive increase in the protected areas in Europe to reach 30% on land and 30% at sea of marine areas, up from 18% and 8% respectively. So that was a big thing. Then it was the fact that we needed protection was not enough, and we need to restore nature. And that's where the nature restoration law came from. Then there's a big element of financing. So a huge increase in the percentage of the budget which can be allocated to nature and biodiversity funding, up to 10% from next year onwards. So that's 10% of the whole EU budget should be earmarked and allocated towards biodiversity. That's overlapping with other things, of course. It's not just dedicated. And then the biodiversity strategy was part of our international obligations for the big biodiversity COP, which happened last year in Kunming. Anyway, well, it wasn't. It was eventually in Montreal. But anyway, that's where it came from. Now, part of all this in the biodiversity strategy, urban environment was recognised, I think, for the first time as a significant part of and a part of the nature and biodiversity story. That there is a lot more biodiversity in cities, in urban areas than was previously sort of discussed. Everyone always said that nature and biodiversity is something for outside the urban areas, and inside urban areas it's not so important, which clearly isn't the case, and all of us who live in urban areas know that. But it really recognizing the multiple benefits of urban green space and tree canopy cover and biodiversity, which have been sort of talked about in some of the excellent presentations I've just heard here. But we're talking about climate regulation, heat, flooding, air quality, water quality, and of course recreation, physical and mental well-being. I don't need to go into all of those. You hear them in every presentation, but they're super important in the nature restoration law and as part of the biodiversity strategy, but also that cities are havens actually for biodiversity, and that's birds and pollinators in particular. So in fact, in some parts of Europe where there's a lot of industrial farming around cities, you actually find that the pollinators have a better habitat within the city than outside. So all these things came together in the biodiversity strategy, and then we have the nature restoration law. And I think based on a lot of work that's been done in the past about how cities are spreading, how green space has been decreasing steadily over the years within urban areas with urban sprawl, basically it was decided that we would have an urban restoration target in the nature restoration law. So actually, I mean, the big thing here is that we have a simple target, relatively simple, within the nature restoration law for all cities and towns and suburbs in the whole of the EU. So that covers, if you just look at the local administrations, which are classified as cities or towns and suburbs. That covers about 22% of EU land. So that's where the administrative effect of this regulation on urban targets will be in force. And it says that between now and 2030, you can't have an overall national loss of green space or tree canopy cover. And after 2030, everybody, all cities and towns and suburbs, will have to have an increasing trend in green space and tree canopy cover towards a satisfactory level. We haven't set the satisfactory level yet. That's going to be a discussion which takes place over the next couple of years. But I think the point of this is that it's going to change a little bit how some municipalities, and a lot how other municipalities, approach their green space and their urban development. They're going to have to incorporate now the consideration of tree canopy cover and green space planning into their future development. And that's super exciting. The aim of the regulation is to help green urban development in the future. It's not to stop development, it's to try and green it. So what this is going to mean for Earth observation? Well, there's going to be, this isn't going to be sporadic, it's a law, so it applies universally across the whole EU. And so we're going to have, I think there's 14,000 municipalities implicated by this. Of course, the member states are going to put it in place. And this is going to be a catalyst for increasing the amount of interest in measuring and monitoring and tracking green space and tree canopy cover across different municipalities and at this urban level. So I think the big things which are in my mind are that we're going to need to increase the frequency of observations as much as possible. The resolution obviously has gone from hundreds of meters to tens of meters, and now you know, the more resolution you can get, the better. So for planning purposes at local level and even individual level in the future, why not? The types of data analysis which are done on the data that's collected, we can now tell different types of layers, different types of trees, shrubs, etc. But maybe we need more universally available information on green roofs, on other interventions, etc. So all those things, I think this is going to be a real sort of potential increase in the market for this information and this data. I think also we're going to want to make the data more accessible. And this is, I think, the key point of my intervention, is that I know that there's data, some of the data is out there, it's available, but it's not always easily and readily available. I mean, I was super excited to see the OECD's presentation just now, and maybe there's someone we could talk to about how the nature restoration law, for example, could fit in with some of this data. But I mean, essentially, what I would love to see is that anyone can find a municipality, find their green space, find their tree canopy cover, find the urban centres and urban clusters, their percentage, what their level is, where they're heading, so that everyone can see in their municipality what's going on. And then in the future, obviously, and even now, you want to be able to overlay other maps of flood risk, of heat hotspots, and this is my final little piece of my presentation, because I want to be very quick. In the longer term, I think we should start thinking about other tools which can be integrated into this. So it's not just about Earth observation and the data, but it's about modeling for the future. And this is where I get super excited. It's about using AI, for example, but what I would really like to be able to do is to use some of this modeling, some of this data to plan for future. So I could say, if I put green here, how will this affect the heat effect, the flooding effect in these different parts of the city or the municipality or the local environment? Or even modeling which says this is where you should put your green space, putting in population data as well, access to green space, all these different things. So there's a huge field out there, and I hope that it can develop over the next decades and become more and more useful for everybody, policymakers, everyday people, etc. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Benjamin, for your very interesting talk. Absolutely, nature is not something that is disconnected to our cities. And I would say we should actually hope that we will have always more nature in our cities, also in terms of livability. So it's nice to see that the nature restoration law will have also some direct consequences in cities. So thank you very much, Benjamin, once more. And now we go to a very nice concluding session on cities' perspectives. So it's a real pleasure for me to introduce Sabrina Alfonsi, the Councillor of Agriculture, Environment and Waste Cycle in Rome. She's first been vice president and then president of the first municipality in Rome, that for who the ones of you that don't know is the city center of Rome. And now instead she's councillor for the whole city. And so it's really a real pleasure to hear a direct experience in terms of city management. And Rome is such a big city and full of different challenges. And so welcome to the conference, Sabrina, and thank you for being here.
Grazie a voi, buongiorno a tutte e a tutti, grazie a ESA per l'invito e per questa giornata di studio e di confronto alla quale ho il piacere di portare il saluto anche del sindaco Gualtieri per Roma Capitale. Preferisco parlare in italiano, ma ho con me una splendida traduttrice che ringrazio.
Good morning. Is it working? No? Okay. Good morning and good afternoon, and thank you all, and thank you to ESA for the invitation to this day of study and discussion, to which I'm pleased to bring the greetings of Roma Capitale and Mayor Gualtieri too. And I will speak in Italian and I will use the services of the interpreter.
Con questo intervento vorrei tracciare un breve racconto di quanto Roma sta facendo grazie proprio all'uso dei dati da telerilevamento satellitare, uno degli asset del percorso della capitale verso la costruzione di una smart city.
And through my speech, I would like to outline a brief account of what Rome is doing, thanks to the use of data from satellite remote sensing, which is one of the assets of the capitals of Rome's path towards the smart city.
Questa amministrazione ha voluto fortemente riconnettere la città e la ricerca in ogni suo ambito per mettere a sistema e valorizzare il ruolo degli enti di ricerca, delle università, dei centri con i quali abbiamo avviato un dialogo e un lavoro proficuo.
This administration has strongly wanted to reconnect the city and research in every sphere, to systemize and enhance the role of research bodies, university centers, with which we have initiated a dialogue and fruitful work.
Soprattutto Roma ha scelto di investire nella transizione tecnologica per migliorare la qualità della vita dei cittadini, ottimizzare la gestione delle risorse e aumentare la sostenibilità, con un nuovo modello di gestione, dai servizi ai cittadini e alle imprese fino alla manutenzione urbana.
And above all, Rome has chosen to invest in technological transition to improve the quality of life of citizens, to optimize the management of resources, and increase sustainability with a new management model from services to citizens and businesses to urban maintenance.
L'obiettivo è quello di realizzare la transizione verso il Campidoglio 4.0, e cioè un'amministrazione in grado di integrare, correlare e rendere disponibili in forma open data informazioni provenienti da diverse fonti a supporto degli amministratori pubblici, dei cittadini, dei ricercatori e delle imprese.
And the objective is to achieve the transition to Capital 4.0, that is an administration capable of integrating, correlating, and making available in open data format information from different sources to support public administrators, citizens, researchers, and companies, businesses.
E soprattutto di analizzare, come abbiamo visto negli interventi precedenti, le dinamiche della città in un'ottica preventiva per indirizzare gli investimenti al fine di anticipare criticità e problemi.
And above all, as we have seen in the previous speeches, to analyze the dynamics of the city from a preventive perspective to direct investments in order to anticipate critical issues and problems.
Stiamo avviando concretamente un programma per la raccolta e la gestione coordinata dei dati prodotti dall'amministrazione, dalle sue società partecipate, con l'obiettivo di creare un'intelligence di informazioni al servizio della città, del suo governo e del suo sviluppo.
And we are concretely launching a program for the coordinated collection and management of data produced by the administration and its investee companies, with the aim of creating an intelligence of information at the service of the city, its government and its development.
Inoltre l'obiettivo è di promuovere una vera cittadinanza digitale, rivedendo tutti i servizi per i cittadini e per le imprese. Questo grande impegno è in atto, richiede per raggiungere i suoi obiettivi il pieno ed attivo supporto dei cittadini stessi, delle associazioni, delle imprese, degli enti, dei centri di ricerca, delle università e di ogni altro stakeholder e city user in grado di collaborare alle tante progettualità per l'innovazione già in corso e da sviluppare nell'ambito del processo di transizione digitale.
And in addition, the aim is to promote true digital citizenship by reviewing all services for citizens and businesses. And this big commitment, and in order to achieve these goals, this major ongoing effort requires the full and active support of citizens, associations, companies, institutions, businesses, research centers, universities, and other stakeholders, and city users capable of collaborating in the many innovation projects already underway and to be developed as a part of the digital transition process.
L'intento generale è quello di incrementare la qualità e il valore dei servizi resi alla cittadinanza, di fare di Roma un modello di efficienza, di vivibilità e di funzionalità. Il laboratorio Smart City di Roma Capitale è un organismo composto da tutti i soggetti interessati alla co-creazione del futuro di Roma. Uno degli obiettivi che ci siamo posti come amministrazione è quella di rendere Roma agile, semplice e trasparente.
The general intent is to increase the quality and value of the services rendered to citizens, to make Rome a model of efficiency, livability and functionality. The Smart City Lab of Roma Capitale is an entity, a body composed of all those interested in the co-creation of Rome's future. And one of the goals we have is the one of the administration and is to make Rome agile, simple and transparent.
Per poter concretizzare la trasformazione digitale necessaria in ogni ambito, abbiamo scelto di programmare e soprattutto di investire. Un investimento in risorse tecnologiche che ha portato alla nascita di vari portali, che sono ovviamente la conseguenza del lavoro che sta dietro, dall'Atlante del patrimonio, dedicato alla mappatura di tutti i beni immobili, al portale Roma si trasforma, dedicato alla condivisione e al monitoraggio dei progetti in fase di realizzazione in città, parchi, opere urbanistiche, infrastrutture, al lavoro svolto con Lab 050, guidato dal professor Stefano Boeri, fino al Green Space, una piattaforma digitale per la gestione del verde urbano, che abbiamo presentato a luglio del 24, dedicata proprio alla gestione e alla mappatura del verde urbano, grazie ai dati satellitari rilevati dalla società Egeos.
In order to realize the digital transformation which is necessary in every sphere, we have chosen to plan, and above all, to invest, which is an investment in technological resources, which has led to the creation of various portals, which are the consequence of the work which is behind, which are from the Heritage Atlas, dedicated to mapping real estate, to the Roma Si Trasforma, which is a portal dedicated to sharing and monitoring projects under construction in the city, parks, urban works, and infrastructures, to the work carried out with Lab 050, led by Professor Stefano Gueri, up to Green Space, the digital platform for the management of green areas, which we presented in July 2024, which is dedicated precisely to the management and mapping of urban green areas, thanks to the satellite data collected by the company eGeos.
Il Dipartimento Tutela Ambientale ha acquistato il programma R3TRIS della società R3GIS di Bolzano, una piattaforma GIS per coordinare, gestire e documentare la manutenzione del verde, grazie ai dati ricevuti da satellite, nel lavoro portato avanti con EGEOS e Telespazio.
The Department of Environmental Protection purchased the R3T RIS, which is a program from the company R3GIS in Bolzano. This is a GIS platform for coordinating, managing, and documenting the maintenance of green areas, thanks to the data received from satellites in works carried out with eGeos, Telespazio.
Sono stati realizzati appositi corsi di formazione per tutti i tecnici relativamente all'uso del database e delle schede, per l'analisi visiva e strumentale, per prescrizione di interventi, approvazione della classe di rischio delle alberature e pianificazione delle nuove VTA, ossia della valutazione visiva dello stato di salute di un albero su basi biomeccaniche.
Special training courses were held for all technicians on the use of the database and cards for visual and instrumental analysis, for prescriptions and interventions, tree risk class approval, and planning of new VTAs, which is the visual assessment of a tree's state of health on biomechanical basis.
Questi dati saranno implementati ed integrati tra loro anche tramite la georeferenziazione. Il database è aperto al dialogo con le altre piattaforme, da quella dei rifiuti a quella dei dati ricavati dal lavoro di EGEOS, la società di Telespazio, che sta realizzando la mappatura da satellite di tutto il verde cittadino.
These data will be implemented and integrated with each other, also through georeferencing, and the database is open to dialogue with other platforms, from that of waste to that of data from the work of eGeos, the Telespazio company, that is carrying out satellite mapping of the city's green areas.
Questa piattaforma è un punto di partenza, uno strumento di lavoro e di gestione che migliora l'efficienza e l'efficacia dell'azione amministrativa e ci permette di controllare al meglio gli interventi da fare, quelli fatti, programmati e programmabili sulle piante, sulle aree ludiche, sulle aree fitness, su tutte le attrezzature delle aree verdi fino ad arrivare ai nostri pozzi di cui abbiamo cura. Uno strumento necessario per una città in trasformazione, con il patrimonio verde più esteso d'Italia. Su 129.000 ettari di territorio cittadino, un terzo è verde, ma il verde fruibile pro capite è di soli 16,83 metri quadrati abitante, a fronte dei quasi 20 metri quadri abitante delle altre città italiane.
This platform is a starting point, which is a working and management tool that improves the efficiency and effectiveness of administrative action and allow us to better control the work to be done, the work done, planned and programmable on the plants and the play, fitness areas, all the equipment in the green areas, right down to the wells that we take care of. It's a necessary tool for a city in transformation with the largest green heritage in Italy, because out of the 129,000 hectares of city land, 1/3 is green, but the usable green per capita is only 16.83 square meters per inhabitant, compared to almost 20 square meters per inhabitant in other cities, Italian cities.
Inoltre, questa amministrazione, come proseguimento del lavoro avviato con Green Space, intende investire anche su un grandissimo progetto, il gemello digitale degli alberi. L'idea di fondo più vasta è quella della creazione di un gemello digitale per l'intera città. Un gemello digitale è un modello virtuale progettato per riflettere in modo preciso un oggetto fisico. Questo prezioso e sistematico lavoro di raccolta delle informazioni offre un potenziale straordinario, la capacità di poter effettuare simulazioni e poter immaginare gli effetti di situazioni specifiche, ad esempio un vento forte o del maltempo, agendo poi in maniera più consapevole e conseguenziale.
In addition to that, this administration, as a continuation of the work started with Green Space, also intends to invest in a major project, which is the digital twin of the trees. The underlying broader idea is the creation of a digital twin of the entire city. A digital twin is a virtual model designed to accurately reflect a physical object. And this valuable and systematic work of gathering information offers extraordinary potential, which is the ability to be able to carry out simulations and imagine the effects of specific situations, for example, in the event of strong winds or bad weather, etc., and then act in a more conscious and consequential manner.
Pensiamo al caso specifico delle alberature. Gli alberi pubblici a Roma sono 340.000 tra stradali e aree verdi. Utilizzando una combinazione di dati satellitari, scansione laser, machine learning e intelligenza artificiale è possibile raccogliere dati precisi e immagini in alta qualità fino a 50.000 alberi al giorno, creando un gemello digitale per ogni singolo albero.
Let us consider the specific case of trees in Rome. There are about 340,000 public trees in Rome, including street and green areas. Using a combination of satellite data, laser scanning, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, it is possible to collect precise data and high-quality images of up to 50,000 trees per day, creating a digital twin for each individual tree.
Ho voluto raccontare questo esempio per mettere in evidenza come il potenziale dei processi di digitalizzazione sia enorme e come questa risorsa immateriale possa avere effetti benefici sia per il lavoro di gestione che per la cura delle città, sia per incrementare la trasparenza delle informazioni a disposizione dei cittadini.
I wanted to tell this example to highlight how the potential of digitization processes is enormous and how this intangible, immaterial resource can have beneficial effects both for the work of managing and caring for the city and for increasing the transparency and information available to citizens.
Questo legame nell'immaginare e costruire la città del futuro, che il digitale potenzia, credo possa avvicinare amministratori e cittadini, consolidando la fiducia nelle istituzioni, incrementando la partecipazione e contribuendo a rendere davvero corale quel profondo processo di trasformazione della città che con tutte le forze stiamo cercando di mettere in atto.
This link in imaging and building the city of the future, which digitalization enhances, I believe can bring administrators and citizens closer together, consolidating trust in the institutions, increasing participation, and helping to make the profound process of transformation of the city that we are trying to implement with all our might really, truly choral.
Grazie, grazie davvero.
Thank you.
Grazie Sabrina per il tuo bellissimo intervento. Capire che Roma si sta attrezzando per un digital twin anche delle aree verdi, essendo un terzo di tutta Roma, è una cosa molto importante ed è anche un'ottima occasione per interagire con la città di Roma avendoti qui per tutto il resto del pubblico. So I was saying that it's great to hear that the city of Rome is moving towards a digital twin of green spaces, also because 1/3 of Rome is green, so we're talking of a lot of stuff there. And it's a great opportunity for you all to interact with the city of Rome through Sabrina during the coffee break. Also, because this really shows one of the main objectives of this workshop, that is really to link what we have there as remote sensing solutions with practical needs in management of cities. Thank you once more.
So we're almost there with the session, but there's still another presentation to hear. And it's a real pleasure for me to invite Markus Anilov from the city of Tallinn. So you've seen that the digital transitions of cities and the move to smart cities is central to urban strategies in many cities in Europe and also outside of Europe. And what I took from the presentation of Rome is that the digital transition is done for the citizen, of course, but also with involvement and for the scientific community and the private sector. And I must say that the digital twin that Rome is currently putting in place is really a smart move from the city. And it's also a nice transition to the next talk, because Markus leads actually the digital twin project of the city of Tallinn. And the main objective is to shape the future of the city of Tallinn with digital transformation to make Tallinn a better place to live and work. So very similar to what we hear from the city of Rome. Markus, I want to stress this as well, that you also organized the Tallinn Digital Twin Conference. Yeah, you invited participants to discuss the future of Tallinn as a smart cities and exchange ideas on how new technologies, including, of course, Earth observation, can enhance the daily lives of citizens. So you have the honor to do the last presentation of this session.
Good afternoon. Tere pärastlõunat. It's glad to stand here, and I have a short introduction about myself. My name is Markus Annila, and I'm coming from city of Tallinn, a very small city. Only 400,000 people are living there, so, which is interesting that in Rome there is 300,000 trees. We approximately estimate that there is 2 million trees in Tallinn. So if you're looking for a green city, come to Tallinn. But to my topic, digital twin from space and ground. I'm here to show and introduce very shortly what are we doing, and not the only concept, but the pilot projects. So, I want to be sure that, I want to be clear that I am representing the technology part of digital twin. Our idea is to focus on data management collection. We are not setting the purposes why digital twin is important. Of course, it's one of the tasks that we are facing and discussing every day, but still the purposes are coming from different departments. We are the technical team who is responsible for the data management, and the data is there when the idea comes up. So on, the next thing is analysis and operations, which means that we want to do simulations. So simulation needs input, that's what comes from our side. And decision-making and development of Tallinn belongs to the policymakers, to the leaders. We just help them to make the decisions based on data, based on real data, not just by the gut feeling. Here is just a picture of Tallinn. It's, as you see, quite small, but still big enough to develop its own digital twin. We have infrastructure as Rome, and probably your cities has, and we have a lot of people, and not the people are the most only living beings, but also the trees. And today I focus the problem that came up to us in last year. The Tallinn Urban Environment and Public Works Department turned to us to ask how can we predict elm trees death disease. It's predictable when it's visually predictable. If we can see the tree, at the top of the tree leaves turn into yellow, we can say that in a couple of months the tree will be dead. No, not a couple of months, but it will take some time. But it takes a lot of human resources to maintain and monitor those trees always and all the time. So there was an ESA project PUSH, program for urban-based enhancements, which gave us an incredible opportunity to test out satellite data. So, satellite data by Zero Gravity, which means that the Zero Gravity is a great company that we were working together, and they started using satellite data to analyze how trees, and especially elm trees, are deforming around the year and giving us information about it and helping us to maintenance trees. It's just the landscape of Tallinn. The picture quality isn't so good. I can show you the real web browser when we meet after my presentation. And here are some good, interesting layers, what kind of analysis they did. I cannot remember all of the names, but definitely we can get into detail if you come to me. But if we had the information, when I'm very clear with you, this project was very easy because the Zero Gravity did most of the work. We just had to be a partner for them and providing some kind of information. But what is the idea if we have like a holistic view or overview about the trees? We want, and we have a pilot where we are creating and collecting information of every tree that we have in our city. Here you can see an area which is already collected, and it shows that we have like every tree geographically located in the right place, and we can identify every tree. So when we have some kind of information coming in that this kind of tree might want some attention, then we can say exactly where to go, when to go, and what is the it's maybe rough to say, but the value of tree as well. We have to think about how much CO it purifies and so on. And if I make the conclusion now, what we are using this satellite data and every other pilots and solutions, it's mostly not mostly actually. This is only about landscaping maintenance and management in daily work process and the general landscaping analysis and supervision with the necessary reporting to the EU, but we have several other projects as well. So, thanks for listening, and I hope that you had an interesting first workshop session.
Thanks, Marcus. You've seen also I understand it's one of the first pilot projects on the digital twin for the city of Tallinn. Huh? Or there are others as well. Oh, okay, there are many. At least 4 I see on the fingers. So what I noticed from your presentation is that your technical team is facing similar issues than us with the data collection, using in situ data and remotely sensed data, data management, development of robust and scalable solutions that can support decision-making, and you made as an example the predictions of tree deaths or diseases in the city of Tallinn. So I'm sure we will have, during these 2 days, good exchanges of experience, and I hope that you will stay until the very end to listen to all the presentations that we will be doing. For questions of time, unfortunately, we were not able to do any roundtable, to take any questions. We sincerely apologize for this, but we need to give you a bit of time to rest and have a coffee. We might do a summary of the session on the last day. We will see this with Francesca. But I hope that you all like these sessions. I want to thank again all speakers for their interventions. They were really nice and insightful, I think, for the rest of the workshop. And we can break. And we will resume at 4:30, so we keep the same time on the program. So you only have 20 minutes, even less, to have a coffee. But wish you a nice rest now.
One thing to presenters, if you have your presentation, please go to colleagues at the end of the room so you can upload them in the correct session. Thank you. And thank you again to all speakers.
So welcome, everyone, after this very short coffee break intervention. We will start with the second part of today. My name is Stephanie Lumnitz. I'm a Destination Earth Observation Application Scientist, also here at ESA, colleague to Francesca, Mark, and many others you have already met today. And the second part of the afternoon has, again, two parts. We continue with two keynote speeches, and then conclude the day with a discussion panel. So the first keynote speaker I have the honor to introduce today is Karen Setu, who is the Frederick C. Hickson Professor of Geography and Urbanization Science at Yale University. She is one of the world's leading experts on how urbanization will affect our planet, has pioneered methods, amongst others, to understand urbanization dynamics with satellite data, and is since 2018 one of the most cited, highly cited researchers every year. She is also the coordinating lead author of the IPCC 5th and 6th assessment reports, where she led the chapters on urban mitigation of climate change. And she is here representing the scientific community, as well as being an elected member of the US National Academy of Science, the Council on Foreign Relations, and a foreign academician of the Chinese Academy of Science. So thank you very much, Karen, for being with us today. And the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, and thank you, ESA, for inviting me. It's really nice to be here. And nice to follow on the talks from this morning, hearing about the needs from a user perspective. I'd love to just get a sense of who's in the room. I wear many different hats, and I feel like in many ways, you know, Dennis said this conference is really perfect for UN Habitat. I feel like this conference is really perfect for my career. So I'm a remote sensing scientist, I'm a geographer, I've worked at the science policy interface. I'm gonna scale us up, literally scale us up. We've heard a lot from policymaker in Rome, we've heard from ICLEI, we've heard from UN Habitat, we've heard from individual cities and that city's perspective. I'm gonna scale us up to the international perspective for a moment. And I'm gonna start with this picture. Poya already referred to this about a month ago. This was a historic moment and a historic meeting, because at this meeting, the IPCC approved the outline for the special report on cities and climate change. This is a really big deal, and I'm gonna get to why it's a big deal in a minute. But first, I'm gonna give you the kind of a 35,000-foot overview of this outline and this approval. So what did the IPCC approve? They approved on the outline, which I'll talk about momentarily, that there will be this special report on cities and climate change. And they also approved the schedule. And for those of you in the first category, thinking about pixels and data and probably papers, this date is critical. The IPCC will publish the special report on cities and climate change in March of 2027. October 2026 is the cutoff date for the literature to be included in that special report. At the end of my talk, I'm going to have that date in red, just to remind you, October 2026. A few moments just to talk about the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Why does it exist, and why do we, as people who care about urban areas, care about the IPCC? It was established in 1988 by the World Meteorological Organization and the UN Environment Program, and its primary purpose is to assess the science of climate change on a regular basis. Its audience is policymakers, It is not other researchers. Its audience is for policymakers, and the goal is to assess the science of climate change so that policymakers can make better decisions. The IPCC reports really have three purposes. It provides the scientific basis for governments to develop climate-related policies. And these are governments at all scales. It's from the national to the local. But historically, the primary audience has been the national government because that's who approves the reports. The second key purpose is to support the UNFCCC, those negotiations, provide the scientific basis for international negotiations. And then the third key point that I'm going to highlight in this next slide is really to establish the scientific basis to help identify what the emissions targets should be, what the temperature limits should be for international climate negotiations. So here again, I really want to emphasize that the purpose of these IPCC reports are really international climate negotiations that then link to national policies. And when we talk about the IPCC, there are actually many different components of the IPCC. On the one hand, the IPCC is comprised or governed by these two UN bodies, right? There's the WMO, UNEP. When folks talk about the Intergovernmental Panel, they're talking about the 195 member states. These are the member states of the United Nations. So the members of the UN have a focal point that is a representative to the IPCC. So there's the panel, which is comprised of professional negotiators representing their countries. And then there are the IPCC in this last row here, folks like me. When I say that I'm part of the IPCC, I'm part of the international scientists and experts. We volunteer our time. We do this work on top of our day job. So the IPCC is actually comprised of a number of different components. The IPCC has generated 6 reports so far. They take about 5 to 7 years to produce. And up until the 5th assessment report, AR5, up until then, there had been no standalone chapter on how climate change would affect cities or how cities can mitigate climate change. And many of us in the urban science community had been approaching the IPCC and making the argument that urbanization is one of the biggest trends in the 21st century. It's critical to understand what cities can do to mitigate climate change. And it's critical to understand how climate change will affect cities. However, again, up until AR5, cities were seen, is there a laser pointer here? Maybe not, but through these other reports, cities were seen through the lens of sectors, buildings. There was a chapter on how buildings can mitigate climate change, land, transport, energy, but again, not through the lens of cities. And it wasn't until the 5th assessment report that the IPCC, and in this case, what I mean by that, the 195 member states said, oh, we should have a chapter on how cities can mitigate and adapt to climate change. And so this was the first time in 2014, IPCC had this first ever chapter on how cities can mitigate climate change. And I had the privilege of co-leading that with an incredible team of researchers around the world. And then at that same time, in that same year, there was also the first standalone chapter of how cities would be affected by climate change. And if we fast forward to 2022, to the more recent, or the most recent IPCC report, again, there has been a chapter on urban from both the mitigation and adaptation side. Someone during the break asked me, why is it important that urban is included in the IPCC? Because if it's international negotiations, and we've heard so much about what cities need in terms of Earth observations, what is that link between the city and the international? And many of us in the science community have been arguing that the reason why it's important for urban to have a seat, to have focus at the IPCC, is so that national governments pay attention and give funding both for research, funding for action, because we know that a lot of what cities can do is actually constrained by policies at national and subnational levels. So we think that's one critical reason. The second critical reason is that there is clearly emergent science that shows that what cities do, if we aggregate the actions of all cities, they are a force for solving climate change. And so we must understand what they can actually do in terms of on aggregate. And at the same time, if we know that cities are sites of innovation where most of the world's GDP is generated, we also need to understand how climate change might affect the world's cities. Not only one city or two cities, but really the world's urban areas. So Earth observations have been used, if we look through the past IPCC reports, Earth observations have been used, I would say maybe sprinkled throughout the report to inform the science of climate change in cities. And I just have a few examples here. This is an example from 2014 where this is a figure adapted from the work of Kevin Gurney and his lab, where he uses a combination of downscaled estimates of CO2 emissions with local urban energy consumption information to generate fine-scale maps of urban emissions. One example. This is from the most recent report adapted from work by Richa Mata, using a combination of GHSL data and some backscatter data to look at volumetric growth around the world. Here I want to highlight that one of the key values of including urban into the IPCC is to get this global perspective, is to understand what's happening in one region versus another, to understand how policies in one place might have outcomes that are different from policies and outcomes in a different place. And this is why in a lot of the IPCC figures, you will see cities aggregated or classified into specific regions. Another example of Earth observations used in IPCC is to understand the role of urban growth and its impacts on land use. We heard a little bit about this from Dennis. Land use change and how that might affect carbon stocks and carbon sinks. Again, you see that this is aggregated to land cover types by region. So one of the things I want to get the researchers in the room to start thinking about is what types of studies are needed to help us understand global trends as well as what's happening locally. We need to understand what's happening locally, and we need to connect what's happening locally to the region as well as to the global. That's critically important for the IPCC. And then my last example, also from the most recent report, is looking at future populations. You know, what are the future populations that are exposed to extreme heat? So this takes a combination of Earth observation data on heat, temperature, generating some forecasts under the RCP, different RCP scenarios. So lots of different ways in which Earth observations have been used to inform the report. Poya, thank you for showing the QR code. So you can all download the outline that was approved last month. I want to spend some time talking about the knowledge gaps, because you can go into the IPCC website and download this and just look at the bullet points, and you'll get an idea of what the IPCC and the member states want to include. But what the outline doesn't tell you is what we don't know. So that's why I wanted to spend some time talking about these major knowledge gaps. The first critical knowledge gap where Earth observations can really help inform the IPCC is generating knowledge that's comparable across scales, at the city scale and across scales. So I know there are a number of us in the room who study specific cities, specific regions. That's wonderful. We need that work. At the same time, we need other people to do comparison studies to aggregate across regions. And at the same time, we absolutely need to retain the information at the local scale. So as an IPCC author, at the end of the report, we spend time explaining the report and answering questions to the, usually it's the national focal points. And oftentimes, the questions that are raised are, well, you've shown me this graph, but tell me about what's happening in my country. Or, you've shown me this graph for my country, but in my country, the northern part of the country is very different from the southern part. So part of what we need to balance in the IPCC report is to be locally relevant, but remember, it's for the United Nations, so be able to generate some knowledge that can go across scales to the global level. Fundamentally, the IPCC report and the special report on cities and climate change will address three different big questions. The first big question is around the physical basis of climate change and how cities contribute to both regional climate, local climate, as well as how it contributes to the global climate. I think the biggest gap in knowledge is this link between the very regional and the global. We have a ton of studies, a lot of experts in this room today who are experts and done a lot of work on urban climate, regional climate. But how does what's happening across urban agglomerations scale up to the global level? There are huge gaps there. So that's one big gap, is really the physical basis of urbanization and global climate. The second big area is really around impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability, and I've put two areas here. One is around the economic and the non-economic losses and damages associated with climate change, how they will affect cities. So one of the questions that I'm asked a lot by national policymakers is, well, how much is this going to cost? If there is flooding, what are the costs of adaptation? And here, this is where we need Earth observations with locally specific information, because the cost and damages in Zimbabwe will be very different than the cost and damages in Italy, right? So we need to have some estimates of the economic and non-economic loss and damages, as well as the compounding and cascading aspects. And I think this is, again, another area where Earth observation can play a really, really big role. There are a lot of studies that look at single hazards and their effects on urban areas. For example, heat in cities, flooding in cities, fires in cities. But what are the compounding hazards that cities face? And what are those cascading effects? Do we see drought leading to more fires, linked to more heat? And again, this is where using different types of data will really help us. And then the third big area is really around how urban areas will affect climate change. And here, this is around urban emissions, it's around energy use, and the big knowledge gap here is around Scope 2 and Scope 3 emissions. So I'm happy to talk offline about what those are, but it's looking at upstream and downstream of urban energy use. I have a couple of examples of these knowledge gaps, and again, where EO can help. One emerging hot topic is urban carbon dioxide removal. I urge you to look at this reference online, just published a couple of months ago, provides a framework to start estimating what is the removal of CO2 from street trees, parks, forests. So it gets beyond just mapping urban green space. It goes one step further to start estimating the carbon sink potential of these different green spaces. We desperately need more information for cities across income levels, and especially in the global south. In 2018, about half of the urban population was concentrated in about 7 countries. And if we look at the growth in urban population in the next 25-ish years, it's going to be concentrated in 8 countries. That said, we need to understand all these other countries where urbanization and urban population is growing. And so we need to really diversify the types of places that we're studying. I was glad to hear about the EuroFab project, because that's very similar to what we are identifying as a huge gap in our knowledge, is these inter and intra-urban variations. And enough said, we just heard a whole wonderful talk about that, thank you. And again, linking to what Dennis said, informality is a big thing. And here, I just want to emphasize, it's insufficient for us as a remote sensing or Earth observation community to simply map where informal settlements are. That is insufficient. We need to understand things like what are the costs, economic damages, non-economic damages associated with climate change and informal settlements. We need to understand a lot more about the potential for green and blue infrastructure to act to help reduce vulnerability to climate change, as well as reduce energy use and emissions. So again, it's insufficient just to map urban green space. We need to go one step further. I have only a few minutes, so I'm going to rapidly just hopefully encourage all of you, inspire all of you to get involved in some way. One way that those of you who are scientists and practitioners, we want to get practitioners involved in this cycle, is to be an author. We are right now in the process of the nomination cycle for the special report. And again, I'm happy to talk during the next break over dinner about this process, but you can nominate yourself to be an author. If you don't nominate yourself to be an author, you can generate the scientific basis that goes into this report. So contribute to the literature, nominate yourself. If you don't want to contribute to the literature or be an active author, you can also nominate yourself to be a reviewer, to be a reviewer of the report. You can contribute to special issues, or you can organize special issues. There are a number of special issues underway and more being planned. I literally just got off a meeting yesterday about planning 3 more special issues. So please contribute to these special issues or organize them. You can write meta-analyses. This is really, really crucial. Meta-analyses are studies of many studies. And if you are the urban climate expert, you are probably better than someone who is the urban governance expert to do the meta-analyses. So the IPCC needs the experts to do these meta-analyses. Present and inspire your colleagues at conferences like these. Again, I want to thank the ESA for organizing this conference, very special time. October 2026 is the cutoff date. That's the date when your studies need to be accepted in order to be included in the report. I'm going to end with just a few photos. We've come a very, very long way in establishing the importance of cities in climate change solutions and also how climate change affects cities. In 2014, this was what the approval plenary looked like, and this is me and my co-lead answering questions from national government leaders about cities and climate change. Back then, it was only 10 years ago, but back then, a lot of the questions were about why do cities matter? Why should national governments care about cities? Fast forward to 2022, the approval plenary is on Zoom. There I am with the co-chair, and the questions were totally different this time. Instead of asking why national governments should care about cities, the questions were about what can we do? What are the costs? What are the benefits? What can we do right now versus solutions in the future? I want to end with just this picture and just a reminder that this is a different scale. We're talking about the Intergovernmental Panel comprised of 195 member states. It is an incredible opportunity for all of us in this room to shape international policy, which hopefully also affects national and local policy. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions in the room? If not, Karen Sito is also joining the panel, so in view of time, we will maybe skip this question round and discuss later. So our next speaker is Inge Jonkere, the head of the Green Solutions Division here at the European Space Agency. Inge has a background as environmental engineer and applied bioscience. Then applied since 2010 as the thematic lead of remote sensing of the forestry department of FAO at the UN, where she, amongst others, supported more than 60 developing countries to set up national satellite monitoring systems in the context of climate change mitigation. And also 2011, since 2011, she is the lead author of the IPCC Working Group 3 on mitigation, where she was included the last assessment report published in 2022. So thank you, Inge.
Thank you. Well, thank you for this very long introduction. So as said, indeed, my name is Inge Jonkere, and I joined ESA 6 months ago. So as heard before, I was mainly working in the vegetation and the forest monitoring, but I'm very excited to be here. Very excited also to come after this very inspirational speaker, because that means that I don't have to talk about IPCC, because you did such a wonderful job, because I do think it's really needed, and I hope also to bring this perspective in my new job in this amazing division. So I'm leading the division of the Green Solutions, and so in my time, I think the best I can do, because IPCC is covered, I will try to give you an overview of the hope and all the gaps you mentioned to show already what has happened and what is going to happen also through ESA and through this wonderful work. So as said, I've joined 6 months ago, so all credit really go to the amazing team doing the work. So as you've seen already, a few of them. And I will also point, because much more will be discussed in detail in the coming days. So why do we speak about urban? Well, you're the experts, so that's why we're here. So you know 50% of the people live in urban and in cities since 2008, so that was the real threshold. And so we're looking in 2050 will be more than 60%, and 75% of the global energy consumption comes from the cities. So this is also why it's such a big topic in ESA. I don't know if this works. Yeah, it was. So we heard a bit already about the policies, and again, cities. Of course, you could say it's the city who has to do all the work, but that's not the way it works. It's really into a global sphere with policies. So the former speaker was saying about we have to constrain and show how they can do it in the cities, but of course, it has to match the international framework. And as said before, I worked in the UN, so you can see a lot of international policies which really have the overview of really matching also how it can be done to the different levels. So internationally, what really is important, and which most of you probably have heard of, is these SDGs, so the Sustainable Development Goals from the UN. And there it's maybe important in this context of urban to mention number 11, because it's really looking at sustainable cities and communities. So then you have, of course, the new urban agenda. You have the Sendai framework for disasters, so that's also very important. It's a global one, as mentioned before. So we do have a lot of global policies, but then they're important locally because a lot of these impacts are locally. So if we go on the European level, because as you know, ESA is European, we do have the new European Bauhaus, the urban agenda by the EU, which then can bring back, as said before, by aggregation, we go back to the national, regional, and local level. So there, Also important to mention is maybe simply the part of adaptation, because you all know it's a global climate problem, but adaptation really has to be looked into detail on a local scale. So that's why we need also the local input to really look into that. So a lot of data, we're in ESA, so we have a lot of satellites, there's a lot of data, and some people like figures, not only spectral, but also figures. So that's why over 20 terabytes per day coming from the Sentinels. So I will talk in a minute about the Sentinels, but it's a group of satellites bringing all that data. So it's a great thing, but it's also a challenge. And for people reading The Guardian, maybe you might have seen that the data centers consume so much that we also have to look into the emissions of them. So the really advent of these steady satellite data streams. So you could call it, we have to mobilize the data revolution because we need robust and really reliable data that we can use over time. So it's really the foundation also to see the urban development and also the program implementation. So as said before, some of these methods you can only see with remote sensing data simply because you cannot go in the field to all these different sites. So as you all know, for people working with the data, so it's a big data era. So we're looking at AI, machine learning, really to really have this big data used. So what's the Sentinels? For people working with remote sensing data, I think this is a boring slide because you know all about it. For the ones who don't know, I'll just give a brief overview. So the Sentinel core missions for people into space, well, you might have seen also the launch of the Sentinel-2 last week, which was successful from Kourou, so we're very happy here in ESA for that. But we have the Sentinel core missions, so there are 5 of them at the left-hand side. The Sentinel expansion missions, so that's Sentinel families that come up, so which are not yet available. And then also the Copernicus contribution missions. So the Copernicus program, I think it's one of the most ambitious satellite programs. So basically, it's a set of different Sentinels, which are actually around in orbit now. And so the idea is really that it's very systematic. So why are we so proud of it in Europe? Because it's really a long-term effort. The data is also free of charge and long-term availability, so really continuity. Because for most things, for monitoring, we need not one time go, we need a monitoring framework, a time series, as we call it, with remote sensing data. So we have radar, for example, the Sentinel-1, the Sentinel-2 for the color vision, for very specific applications on land use, land cover, as we heard before. The Sentinel-3, we have the 4 for the air, very important for cities about air quality. Also Sentinel-5, and then Sentinel-6 also for ocean. So then looking at the ones coming up, so the Sentinel expansion mission. So for that, we're really looking forward to 2 specific ones. So the first is CHIME. So it's a hyperspectral imaging, because with hyperspectral data, for people working with hyperspectral, you know, you can have so many bands. You can really go into detail and by data mining, find new applications. For example, pollutions in rivers. And then the LSTM, so the land surface temperature monitoring, so that's another one. As you can see, also looking into urban heat islands, which might be very important, given that the heat is going everywhere. So this is a bit the set of the data. And then also good to mention is that, of course, we have the Sentinels. This is a big workhorse for ESA, but we also use commercial Earth observation data for urban monitoring. So it's important because for some of the urban applications, we need this very high resolution. So to show you that also through ESA, you really can we work together. You can see here there's over 50 projects working with very high resolution data, and we call it on the third-party mission from ESA. So you can see the city of Rome there with high resolution. So it's needed for some of the projects. So important here is to say, as I said before, it's also going to be used in other sessions later on. So on Wednesday, there's a session who specifically will talk about this. So I invite you to also attend that one. So the third-party mission program, I said, so it's not the data from ESA, but it's really in agreement with ESA, and so it's used to combine it with the Sentinel resolutions, as I just shown. So some of the spectral resolution or the temporal resolution is not enough. So this is why it's accomplished together to make this effort for these projects. So if we then go on the market opportunities, because for people who are not so familiar with ESA, so of course there's a lot about the data, so we do have the science behind it, and this is also what as we heard before, so there's a lot of science questions still to be tackled, but we also have the other part, so we have the applications, and then finally also the market opportunities. So ESA also has a part there where they really look into it, how that can be accommodated. So before you saw that commercial data, so here it's really on the applications, and on the pie on the left-hand side, you can see where the most demands come from the smart cities. I don't know if it's really very readable, but so the 4 biggest categories are on the right-hand side. So it's green cities, buildings and accessibility, the mobility infrastructure, and also climate change. And for people who like figures, so it's about 50 million that's really into it, so by member states and also by product from ESA. So then Earth observation, so we saw also from the former speaker, so it is there, it's usable, we need it, and this is also to show the resilient cities, how many products we need. So as you can see, I think you can conclude that we need really to monitor, to really see what it is, but also link it with the forecasting. So above you can see a lot of the applications for urban development and where you can start from and where you can go. So very often the basis is to monitor the land use, land cover, and then from there we can add also, for example, climate variables to integrate together. So here you can see some optical products, so as I was saying by the satellites, some optical satellites. Of course, I also mentioned the radar, but then also special observations who can be interlinked in order to get the data for the cities. So this is a slide to show some work has been done on use cases. I think it's important to mention, and also was brought up by Karen, Earth observation can do a lot, but we have to mix it also with non-Earth observation input data. So it's crucial to bring these two together. So this is why I think it's extremely valuable to have this workshop here and to have this audience, you here, to really bring these two parts together, because it really gives an added value how it can work together. So here you can see the Earth observation data is on the left-hand side. So for example, the information on buildings, and then the non-Earth observation data that can be integrated. So municipality, they have dashboard, they have surveys, they have census data. So really the challenge is in bringing these two together. And I think also ESA is trying to do this through a lot of projects. So we heard about the urban growth. So on the left-hand side, I think it's a very cool graph. It's made by the team. So it's together with DLR, and basically it's looking into the world evolution over the urban growth. So it's World Settlement Footprint, WSF, if you can see. So the first was released in 2019, and you can see how the urban growth is going over time. So it's a very nice animation to see how it goes, because it also shows, also for policymakers, it's a very, very strong tool to show these graphs like this. And on the right-hand side, you can see the personal population growth depending on the different continents. So you can see with data sets, you really can use it in a graphical way, also to convince policymakers, as we heard before, also to see for funding. So this is also very important. So then, as said before, so UN SDG 11 is important because it's on land consumption. As you know, also the SDGs, every country has to report on it. So together with the data, you can see it's an urban TAP. So it's a tool from ESA. So as said before, there's science. There's also platforms. So the TAP stands for the Thematic Exploitation Platform. This is a specific one for urban. So for people who want more in detail on this one, there's also a talk on it on Wednesday. So I'm inviting you also to take a look. So we heard from Karen also about the informal settlements. So I don't want to say it's covered, but you can see ESA is dealing with it and trying to make something out of it. And so as said by these time series to go over time, this is also one of the projects looking into multi-temporal analysis of them. So on the right-hand side, you can see some of the slides. So the first is 2019, the other one is 2022, to see how this slum expands. So as said, it's again over time. It's not a one-time go to really have a look into the evolution. Because as you know, there's over 1.6 billion people living in inadequate situations. So it's really important also from a governmental point of view to really look into that. So then another example is the urban heat. So we saw the nice graph in which you see that the heat is going everywhere, and I think people have felt it also this summer. So this is a very nice project based on the Sentinel 3, looking into the service urban heat intensity. Because simply, as you know, in a city, the heat can be more than 10 degrees more than in rural areas. So it's super important, given that all these people are going to live in cities and more are be in there, that with remote sensing tools, we can monitor and also look into a sustainable development to make it greener. So air quality was mentioned as well. It's a very logical consequence of people living in cities, transport. So with having these data in a geospatial part, it really gives also an opportunity to really at municipality level to take measures and to really look into livability, feasibility of the cities. So yeah, there's a wide spread of all applications. I only have 20 minutes, so I'll mention a few. So the green areas, very important and also very good to know for municipalities. So how much green area do we have? So for example, this is Oslo, Norway, who really wanted to know how much green area is in every district. So as you can see, it's a very nice graph, immediately showing also to policymakers where is the green area and giving them also a decision tool where they should put more green area or more effort. So then transport and mobility, it's also crucial for cities. As heard before, we also know it's important for the emissions. So how can we look into that? And how can Earth observation really contribute to help also expand and in a sustainable way really expand the mobility infrastructure? So then we do have it for the non-Annex 1 countries, but also, for example, in Africa. This is to look into unpaved roads. It's a project in Madagascar and Malawi. And so the idea is really to look with machine learning where it can better be sustainably developed. So of course it's based, as we heard also before, there's also always a cost related to it. So in order to make this whole analysis, it's not only the Earth observation data, but of course also the local data to take into account. Then we have an example of ground motion and subsidence. So also here, we do have a ground displacement map. So it's made by the Terrasar, combined with building footprints layer, gives us an intervention priority levels based on these ground displacement. So this is, for example, a project together with the World Bank, in which they really look into where should they finance new interventions. So it's a very concrete example as well. And then the floods, I think it's more crucial than ever for people who also follow the news. So this is an example from Italy, so it's from Faenza, where you can see not economically only, but also the impact of these floods, a bit linked as we saw before. We do have the Earth observation data combined with the cost analysis, maybe also with local interventions, how it can be foreseen, how it can be forecast, and also what is the impact from all these floodings. So as said before, in these cities, 75% of the energy consumption is in cities, so it's crucial, and this is also maybe the name of the division, so energy transitions and renewables. So this is a project also very interesting in Armenia to look to rooftop solar potential, to see where could rooftops be used for solar energy. And so basically using land use cover statistics, come to a product, also in a project with the World Bank, really concrete for the government of Armenia, what to do with their rooftops. So of course, that's a modeling study, but it gives a suitability map to decision makers and to finance mechanism to go in and look to that. So we heard then of the EPC databases. I think everybody owning a house know what it means. So you could say, once you have the EPCs, it's all good, but unfortunately there's quite some limitations, and so you can see them here. So some of the limitations are here for the urban planning, so it's not enough to only have this. So link this together with Earth observation data, it really shows that you can have an unbiased information source. And then the energy efficiency estimation, so I showed already all this amount of data. So it's a huge amount of data to be processed by one person. So more and more also AI is coming into that part. So this is a study actually being undergoing in a study with ESA. So it's to use the multimodal AI system to automate the energy efficiency level. So you can see, I was saying before, we have these different levels. So it's on local scale, but combining also with the global scale. And then the urban morphometric changes. So this is a project actually ongoing in which they really try to assess the urban fabric and also the morphometric change over time. So really using the Earth observation data. So I hope I'm trying to start to convince you that Earth observation can do a lot. There were a lot of questions by Karen, but you can see some of them are really already taken care of. And then the urban energy efficiency, so again, energy. So this is a UK-based project to identify areas where energy efficiency measures are mostly needed. So again, it's a very useful tool. It's a visual tool. If you go with this to decision makers, you can show directly by using thermal and optical data where interventions could be most useful. And then the urban super resolution imagery. So I said before, so also sometimes we need a very high resolution. We combine it with the Sentinel data. So for example here, this is some examples from Spain. So combining Sentinel data with VIRS data, really to go into high resolution and also high frequency. So most methods and models are as good as the data, so sometimes they're also used to train them. So of course, I said before, you need local data together with the Earth observation data. So then cities stand alone, of course, it's in a global context. So how can you use them? How can you model? As said before, there's so much data, so where do you start and where does it end? So they came up with the concept of the city data cubes. Maybe people have heard already of data cubes, so you can also do it at the level of the city. And so it's combining all the layers, the geospatial information you have, and make it an easy searchable tool in one-time go. So it's really to bring this together, to have all the data layers for urban. And then we heard before already on the digital twin. So for people not familiar with this, this is also a project ongoing in ESA for now. So this is an example of the digital twin urban pilot of the city of Frascati. So the question is, how far are we of this digital twin? I think we're not that far. As you can see here, we do have a lot of data. Of course, it's only useful if you make it information, because data as such needs to be investigated, and then we have to extract that data information. So I think that's in a very nutshell what my whole division is doing. So you can see there's a wide spread of applications. Of course, it depends also on the users how we can serve you best, because that's the role of ESA, with the help of the Earth observation data we have, with the Sentinels, but then also with the third-party missions, to serve better the needs of society and the cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Inge. Are there direct questions to Inge? Okay, if not, I have one question. And it is about all the elements, the program elements that ESA offers. So we have seen many different examples that we are currently reviewing for the future. So what is there in a summary overview that ESA offers for city practitioners, for policymakers in the urban space to support the coming urban challenges?
Okay, that's a good question. That's also a very wide question. So maybe linking also to what Karen was saying before, I think ESA can be really at the forefront of influencing policies. So as you know, the program proposal, we have this, the CMIN, so the ministerial of the council, what ESA really tries to do is to take at heart what's really needed in the member states. So one of the things we're looking forward is to really have that dialogue with all in the different countries and member states, what they really need in the countries. Because the main part here is really to look into the green solutions for the different countries and the different levels. While we're guided by these global policies, but then these national policies specifically the European ones, the idea is really to implement and make it useful. So to translate the data, I would say, to useful applications and useful implementations for the member states. So that's what we're looking for. But we're looking forward to a dialogue with the different countries to better guide and be guided what to really do. Because as you could see from all these applications, yeah, the sky's the limit in a way. There's so much to be done. So we're really looking forward how we can better accommodate these two. And so also in this part, I'll take the opportunity to talk about the policy scheme. So we're really looking forward by ESA as a science-driven institution to really work together with policymakers and policy owners in order to really bridge that gap. Because as said by Karen, I think this is also one of the biggest challenges in the upcoming decade.
Okay, thank you, Inge. So now we are opening a panel discussion as outlook for the coming 2 days and maybe a bit of a conclusion of this day. So I would like to invite to the stage Petya Pishmisheva, who we have heard talking already today from the EU Covenant of Mayors, Karen Situ from Yale University, Thomas Kemper from the European Commission Joint Research Center, Clemens Himpele, the Chief Information Officer of the City of Vienna, and Jacopo Testi, who is coming from industry as well as ex-MIT Sensible City Lab member. So thank you for participating in our panel today, and I invite you now to sit down. Okay, is this working? Yeah, it's already working. So to conclude this day with the panel, we are summarizing really briefly, I think, some of the challenges we have already discussed today, and then very fast go and dive into Earth observation trends and solutions and how we can help, and last but not least, and most importantly, how we can integrate both to really make Earth observation an opportunity to solve the challenges we're discussing. So, Clemens, I would like to start with you, asking the question, can you give us a concrete example of the city of Vienna? What challenges you're currently facing? What are future priority needs? And are you maybe already using Earth observation data to solve those?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. Well, the city of Vienna is, since 2019, the city of Vienna is repeatedly chosen as the most livable city in the world, and that's what we wanted where we want to stay. And the challenges of the moment are still the growing number of inhabitants. The city of Vienna grew by 350,000 inhabitants in the past 15 years. So we have more than 2 million inhabitants right now. And this is a huge challenge for the infrastructure, for the housing, kindergarten, school places, and so on. The second challenge is the demographic development in Vienna. In the coming 8 years, 21,000 employees of the city administration will be retired. 21,000 is a third of all of our employees, and I think this applies also to other sectors in Austria and in Western Europe. So you have to replace them, or you have to find other solutions. And of course you have the climate change. When I prepared the session today, I wrote out the number of 53 tropical nights we had in the city center in Vienna. But due to the past 5 days, let's say the flooding might be even a worse problem. You may have heard it in the news. Around Vienna, there were heavy rainfalls in the past 5 days, more than 400 liters per square meters, which means that the surrounding region of Vienna is completely flooded, and Vienna is only protected by the measurements taken 70 years back. So in Vienna, everything's okay, but around Vienna, it's really a disaster situation at the moment. And with digital tools, we want to tackle these problems. So we have to be more efficient due to the urban growth and the demographic situation. And we need, of course, digital solutions also for the climate crisis. We heard a lot about, for example, saving waste by doing digital services and not in-person services. Of course, we have circular economy where you need data about the material which is used for buildings and so on. And yes, we created or we co-financed a lab to use data from Earth observation, from satellite applications. This lab is funded half by the city of Vienna, half by the federal level in Austria. And the idea is to find use cases in a laboratory called Geospatial Hub to find use cases where we can use this satellite data. And when I saw this, maybe we come back to the concrete use cases later on, but when I saw the slides of Inge with the problems we have with the data, for example, the huge amount of labor which is needed to process all this data, I think she made really the point where we also stay in Vienna at the moment.
Okay, thank you for this perspective. Then maybe going from the local level to the national, international level, asking you, Petja, what are future challenges that governments are facing and how may they impact the priorities we have discussed already today?
Thank you. And indeed, the challenges are as for governments, but also for local, regional authorities and international level too, it's the ambition. The ambition is very high and it is going into areas which are out of the comfort zone. It's about managing emissions, but managing emissions that are going into scope 3 emissions, into areas where we have little experience, into also carbon sinks and carbon removal, so it is becoming more difficult to manage emissions. Then it's about managing the risk, and the risk of extreme events, but also slow onset events, and these are also very difficult to predict and understand the impact, and here IPCC has crucial role as well. It's also about managing and predicting. So that's why also from the local and the national level, the forecasting potential, this demand of being able to predict what will happen in order to reduce the loss and damage. And that's not only the economic, rightly said, so the non-economic, that's the damage to assets, but also livelihoods, which is very, very difficult to compensate, if at all. It's, we talk about cultural losses and identity, and these are really obstacles or areas which we'll have to face more and more often. And they do also cause social and or require social and environmental adaptation or behavioral adaptation, which will put us all as people out of a comfort zone. But this does pose a challenge to national and governments. And that's why also an IPCC report matters, an IPCC report focusing on cities, because yes, it informs and urges national governments to undertake and adapt their policies so that cities are enabled to act, because cities are not actors who act out of the blue. No, each city is part of a national context. And certain policies at the EU level, at the international level, so connecting the processes, planning and decision-making across the different levels, starting from the international, national, regional, and local, is incredibly important. Also to allow the investments needed, both public but also private. And we all have planning. At the international level, there is the nationally determined contribution. At the national level, in the European Union, we have the integrated national climate and energy plans. Then regional level, national level come with their planning. And these, currently what we see are rather siloed. So they do need to be connected, and this is, I think, a big challenge that also member states face. Yeah, so I will finish here because I think I outlined too many challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. So we should focus on both what is difficult, but also what is there as potential for solution and addressing those challenges.
Okay, thank you. You already mentioned the IPCC report, so maybe the next question is to you, Karen. What do you see currently as the state of the art in using Earth observation information in urban scientific research? Maybe also regarding making this connection between national, international, local problems, challenges, players.
Well, I'm glad that Inga gave her talk, because I think in terms of the opportunities for Earth observations to inform the urban science at more international levels, I think there's two immediately come to mind. One is integrating the assets that are at the like federal assets, or like ESA, for example, with commercial assets. I think that's one. The other is to really utilize the long time series of the entire Earth observation assets that are available. And by that I mean beyond what's available in this century. So those of you may not have even been born when some of these satellites were launched, but really going back to maybe even earlier satellites such as AVHRR, MSS, some of the decommissioned spy satellites, so that we can generate a longer time series. I think that that's really important. I also think that we're in this unique opportunity where many other researchers are interested and are using Earth observation data. It used to be like 10 years ago, the only people who did remote sensing or Earth observation analysis were people who were trained in pixels and spectral signatures. And now you have many, many other disciplines and researchers interested. This is a huge opportunity, because now you have economists, health professionals who are really interested in understanding space and place. And this is where I think our community can really add significant value, because they're really interested in understanding why certain places face certain risks. So I think that's another opportunity. And then the last one I would say is that if we look historically at what Earth observations have been used for, it's been primarily used for mapping what is where. It's an exercise in understanding how much of something is located in a place. It hasn't been used to understand why something is there, or what if you do something, what will happen. And I think those two last points, the why and the what if, are really important, because it goes to Petya's point. If a city or if a national government implements a policy, what are the implications, right? How effective are these policies? We actually can use Earth observation data to start looking at the effectiveness of policies. And I think, relatedly, for large parts of the world where we don't have good bottom-up data, especially in the Global South, the Earth observation data fills a really important gap.
Okay, thank you. So maybe continuing, Thomas, with you. What are available data sets, services, operational services today from the Joint Research Center's perspective? And what new solutions could there be in the future?
Yeah, thank you. I would pick up on what Karen just said, the Global South, where I think we are still lacking largely the data that most of us here in Europe or Northern America are used to work with. That is simply not there. And there, I think, there's also good news that things are changing quite a bit. So if you think back on the times of Moore's 2015, we started having global data with, okay, some quality, but not really what is needed for then also maybe more in-depth analysis. Things have changed really dramatically there. And one of the
game changers is also the Sentinel program, so Sentinel 2, that really increased for urban applications the spatial resolution to 10 meter, where you can see at least building blocks. And I learned now that Google will release this week also a data set that tries to go beyond with 10 meter data. So there's so much more that is available. If you come on Wednesday to this global session, I will show also a lot of other global data sets that were produced in the last 5-6 years. So really vast development of free and open data. That's also one important point. And then I think something that we don't exploit so much now is really that also the big internet players, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, they have invested heavily in making use of VHR data that for them is achievable, not so much for most of us, but they have it in their archives and yet they used it, and there's now really almost global coverage of VHR building footprints there, and that is has limitations. We don't know exactly when those footprints were mapped, etc. But it's a very good starting point, especially for work in the global south where maybe nothing else is available. So that is really very good. So I think now the question of where are the houses is largely solved, and that's very good. But we still don't need to understand better what are we looking at? Is it 1 story, 2 story, 3 story? There's some global data sets now also on building height available, but yet we don't know anything about vulnerability. We don't know anything about how people are living there. Are they poor? What's their problems? And I think this is something where I'm afraid we have to also admit that at some point Earth observation cannot solve everything. I still see some potential there, but I think this we really have to acknowledge and then take the right conclusions to work with others from other domains that know how people are living in certain slum areas. And then coming back to opportunities, I think we saw already a lot of new satellites coming up. The thermal data is of course very important. I'm not sure how often we get acquisitions. Is it again once a day? Maybe for heat island analysis would be nice to have 2-3 observations a day with all the complications technically. But the other thing is, I think we looked at the Chinese SDG-SAT data, and they are producing nighttime light information at a high spatial resolution. Now we are mostly using VIIRS data, which tells you where the lit areas are, but not so much in detail. With higher spatial resolution, you can understand so much more. You can understand what type of street light there is, if any, etc. And that opens a lot of those questions towards how are people living on the ground.
Okay, thank you very much. That's maybe also going towards higher resolution from satellites. I think what was presented, the third-party emissions program, where also at ESA we make available through this program higher resolution data sets. Thank you very much. So maybe hearing about this from an industry perspective, Jacopo, could you share with us the main challenges and maybe also opportunities that you observed in the industrial landscape to make Earth observation solutions practically impactful to urban contexts?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Stephanie. So I would say that connecting to also the conversation so far and coming from a slightly different angle or perspective, so from, I would say, industrial innovation perspective, a couple of key factors were coming to mind while listening to the conversation. So the first one would be probably the economic sustainability of the solutions provided. And I'm mentioning this because actually many urban areas are characterized by small cities. And just to bring maybe an example that relates very much to where we are today, so Italy and Frascati. So Frascati is, I would say, a quite small municipality, both in terms of extension and population. but actually I would argue that it's very similar to many Italian municipalities, for example. I would say around 75–80% of all Italian municipalities are very similar to Frascati, if not smaller. And this scales also to Europe as well. And from what we have been experiencing, let's say, is that small public administrations, at least usually, tend to have moderate resources to manage. And therefore, in this sense, economic sustainability of the solutions to make them practically available and usable and allow municipalities to allow those, to deploy those, it's quite crucial. And then this leads me to actually a second thought that is connecting very much with Inge's also presentation, relating to open science and more particularly open source models and open data. I would say both Earth observation and non-Earth observation data. As those elements, as we heard before, not only are fundamental to, let's say, translate global strategies into local insights and potentially decision-making and actions, but also, I would say, allow service providers to, let's say, shape solutions with a low total cost of ownership and therefore making it more viable for cities. And just to bring a super practical example, let's say wearing for a second my industrial hat, NLX, for example, is providing a program which is called Open Data Program for Sustainable Cities. And we are providing via that program, let's say, openly available urban indicators for more than 7,000 municipalities, which are actually indicators shaped using all the open Earth observation data and non-Earth observation data. And also those indicators are shaped, let's say, following the 3 pillars of the drive urban transition, so urban circularity, urban proximity, and urban decarbonization. And so just to conclude it here, I would say that, of course, there are many other elements when it comes to deploy and develop solutions. But yeah, probably those 2 key factors when thinking from an industrial innovation perspective and also about challenges and opportunities. And I'll leave it there, open for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to comment?
Well, if I may, I mean, you mentioned that there should be services provided by the industry to cities. And we heard just before that we have the problems of a lot of data silos. So I'm very happy with that. But then it must be clear that the cities can use the data for other planning measurements or whatever they need as well, because otherwise I have another data silo. That's why we do it by ourselves often, that we can use the data for other cases as well.
Absolutely.
And that's often not in the interest of the industry, of course.
I totally agree, but those indicators that I was mentioning are openly available. So those are, if you are a public official from a municipality, there's also a societal, of course, impact because they're openly available and then you can access those.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, I would like to open up the round of questions also to the audience. Are there already questions to our panelists? So if not yet, there's one. Okay.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Renske from the city of Helsinki. I don't know if there's many cities in the audience today. Also representing, I'm leading the Space for Cities project. It's an USPA-funded project in which Helsinki, Athens, Amsterdam, Ghent, and Guimarães have 3 million euros available for companies to do their R&D, to build highly innovative solutions that make use of Galileo and Copernicus data for more dynamic urban planning. So if there's any companies in the audience interested, come find me later. My question relates, I think maybe Jacopo, you stepped a bit easily to the data's there, cities can find it. So my question relates to the lack of knowledge on the side of the cities, because even though city officials use a whole range of data, we have really noticed that the satellite data is very unknown. So what can your community, I mean the ESA, the EO community do to make it sort of even easier? Not just, well, it's there, go get it. You know, are trainings, courses, I don't know. And what can cities themselves do? I'm not only asking Jacopo, but the whole panel. So how to bridge this knowledge gap, which is, at least in my perception, there on the side of the cities at the moment. Thank you.
Hey, Jacopo, you want to start? Okay.
I can just start, and then for maybe the second part of the question, then I would pass. So I'm very aware of the, first of all, Space for Cities kind of initiative. And actually, I think it is a very effective tool. I'm referring to, for example, the pre-commercial procurement kind of mechanism, where actually you can streamline, as you were asking, so this conversation between, I would say, cities and solutions providers. And this mechanism is that, for example, Space for Cities is using, but also other initiatives. It is very effective in terms of like co-development and capacity building, as you were mentioning. So, of course, and I would say that this is one of the most successful practices to build these relationships. But on the other side, as I was saying, I mean, I will let the other speakers answer regarding the availability of data, which is also, I would say, a key challenge, but also an opportunity, as it was shared before, to shape new solutions and to provide insights for public administrations.
Maybe one quick comment from my side regarding how can we bridge this gap. And one thing is, I think we have to get out of this, we are the producers, you are the users thing. So when we were developing this global definition of cities, it was really a co-creation process. So we were discussing with the policymakers on what are the needs, the limitations, how far can we go. And I think then you have to work together, and then you can build something that is also used by others.
And maybe to complement it, it's a very good question, which we also consulted with a number of cities together with ESA to try to find very quick maybe points. Is one, to identify the needs at the city level. Well, there are many needs, and they are different needs because cities are different and in different conditions. Yet on the other hand side, there was a demand from the local side to see what is available, because there is very little knowledge of what's available. And even when a city wants to use science-based or observation tools, applications, they don't know where to start. So this is why we work together with ESA to try to figure out a compendium, and let's start somewhere. Also, Dennis mentioned in the talk, these applications are not perfect, of course. They come with limitations, so it's important when making a compendium to know what is this tool about, what is its purpose, what are its limitations. And then also to think cities, yes, but are there other actors that may be effective into helping cities, because we speak about big cities with maybe capacities and maybe more knowledge, maybe GIS experts in the city administration, but there are so many in Europe, that's the majority, small cities that do not have the staff, and they have a really severe limitation of the staff and the competing priorities. There are also actors such as energy agencies, regional agencies, who actually do have the capacity and staff who work generally with such types of data. and they can play a role in leading the cities that they work with at the regional level, sometimes at the national level, if we speak about national energy agencies and other agencies with this expertise. So it's also looking at the landscape and using the best, because we have thousands and thousands and thousands of cities and towns and villages in Europe. So reaching to each and every den and capacitating would not be possible. And this is why we need to be careful in landscaping and seeing. And again, here national authorities do have a role to play also into how this data is used, that they also recognize that the product of cities. So it is really the core of what we are trying here all together to reach. And yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I would add another problem to the colleague from Helsinki. The problem is that a lot of at least bigger cities do have the data because we have real flights, we have mobile mapping data in Vienna, and we have a long time series. So you need use cases where it's not enough to make a flight once a year, because it's much cheaper to have the flight. Yeah? And this is a lot of the problems you had at your slides with the processing of the data and so on. So what we did to tackle this problem is we, as I mentioned, we founded this innovation lab in Vienna, where Elisa is here. She will stay here all the conference, where the departments of the city, but also the energy supplier in Vienna and others have the possibility to test the use cases. And we do workshop with the city departments, what can be possible. Yeah? And then we have, well, we just started, yeah? But in the end we have a huge competence in this lab, so there is no need that every single city department have this competence, because they can just go to the lab and say, I have the following problem, can you help me with satellite data, or is it not a good use case? And the first use case we started is, we at the moment in Vienna there is the construction of a new tube line, and if you build a tube line, you have to watch closely at the buildings around of the construction area. And that is what we're doing at the moment with data together with a company from Salzburg, Agmentera, and the University of Salzburg. And this is one of the use cases where it's not enough to have an overflight once a year, because maybe a year later the buildings are already collapsed. And this is a use case which has a really an extra value if you do it with the satellite data. But the data from, for example, to have pictures of the city or the streets or whatever, normally you do have this as a city, and there is no need to use satellite data for questions like this. And the laboratory is financed for 5 years, so hopefully we will have a lot of use cases in the end. There is, of course, the use cases we heard from today, like hydro energy, photovoltaic potentials, green roof potentials, and so on. Also heat islands, but in Vienna also the streets which are very cold for the winter. We still do have snow sometimes. So the city municipal department 48 has to go out and to clean the streets. And things like that we will try if it's possible with the Sentinel data from ESA. If we really can use it afterwards will depend on how much it costs. Not the data, they are for free, but the processing of the data. And how many competent people you need to process the data, to interpret the data, and so on. And I think there is a lot of questions still in the room, and maybe in 3-4 years' time we do know much more than yet.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, question, comment. So maybe one quick intervention. I would like to also ask, zoom out a little bit from the single municipalities or cities again to the global and international level. We had the question on how to communicate and how to do outreach better to show what and how Earth observation can help. Karen, how is that done with the IPCC? How do you have best practices for communicating let's say, the importance of how to manage the urban space, how to influence policy, how to communicate also scientific results. What's your experience with this?
We always start with the audience that we're trying to share the information with, and what is the key message that we need to share with the audience. And I think that it's a fundamentally different starting point than if you are a researcher writing a paper for a journal. Those are two different starting points, because when we're developing, for example, a figure that will be included in the IPCC, we start off with a question of what is the most important insight that the policy maker needs to know, and what are they going to do with this information? How will this help them understand, you know, climate mitigation, adaptation, whatever it may be? So that's really the lens. And we do a lot of workshopping of the figure, of the kind of information. It's quite different from just thinking about, you know, what is the algorithm we use to produce this result, right? It's very, very different. And we also spend a lot of time listening in terms of trying to understand what is it that the policymaker wants to know. And here, I think, going back to the question that was asked by the woman from Finland, I think that there's often a very different starting point between what practitioners want to know versus what researchers want to give them. Because, again, I think researchers are used to making maps that show what is where. And my experience has been practitioners want to know, if we do this, what will happen? Or, where should I do something? And I have a very concrete example. We have a project funded by NASA. We're working with urban forestry practitioners in the city of New Haven. Just to give a little context, in the United States this past year, the US Forest Service allocated more than $1 billion to plant trees in cities. And our urban forestry practitioners in the city of New Haven want to know, where should they plant trees to have the biggest impact on mitigating heat and advancing equity for low-income communities. That's very different from simply mapping where trees are or simply mapping where heat is, right? So I think it's just a different starting point. And I think listening to what practitioners want and figuring out where that sweet spot is between what they need and what we have to offer is really important. And then one other thing I would say, and this may be controversial, is that I think often we, as in Earth observation researchers, produce data that are fundamentally not useful for decision making. I'll just leave it at that. We would like to believe they are useful, but they're not.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to ask this question. I think since we have a wonderful panel of scientists and colleagues from private sector and cities, I would like to pose a bit of a challenging questions moving forward. Building upon the example that Karen just mentioned in New Haven, leveraging the type of technology to not only looking into what exists, but also looking into the type of solutions taking into consideration the co-benefits and trades-off, right? So we all know that we are dealing with this multi-crisis situation that every year needs $1 trillion of investment in it, right? Climate change. We already know that only 10% of global fund is reaching to the local level in cities based on the statistics, right? And then when you go to global forums, you see that mayors and city officials are saying that, like, we have to deal with it, but we don't have enough financial resources. And from another perspective, a lot of this sort of financing climate action comes from public money, comes from grants and donations and in general public money. But the missing point here is how we can prove the impact of every dollar being put in any climate action. And for that exact reason, we see that the amount of money coming from private sector in the form of investment is not really at the speed and scale needed for climate action. Now talking about Earth observation, I think now this is my question probably for the panel, that how do you see what is the niche areas or approaches to leverage Earth observation, high resolution Earth observation, to support the type of mechanisms, for example, in MRV, monitoring, reporting, and verification, that could enhance financeability of climate action at the city and local level? I know there are works being done very sporadically, but what are the other areas, or how best we can really enhance this? I pause here. Thanks.
Okay, who wants to comment first?
Well, I think Inge provided a good example of the upcoming missions where we have relatively high resolution CO2 monitoring coming up. So this is something where we will have a proof of where CO2 is coming from locally. So that is something that could be one of the new sources that is not there now, but that could help then starting this dialogue. But because now it's all a model that you can claim the model is wrong and whatever, but once we have concrete measurements, then it's much harder to ignore it. So that's one thing. And the other thing, I'm just reflecting what a study that we did together with the colleagues from the International Partnerships DG at the European Commission, that a year ago were approaching us to ask help for projects in northern Ghana, where they wanted to support financing of climate adaptation projects in northern Ghana. But they say, okay, look, first of all, we have very little information on what is out there. We know there's 4 cities that have an interest, but can you provide information on those 4 cities? So there's really this process starting now, where we see also the policymakers, and again, I'm more from this more large scale perspective, not so much city level. There's more and more feedback from their side coming to us and ask, can you help doing things? Because they start understanding that data is there. So it's not really answering concretely to what are the next steps, but I think it's a process where I see a lot of evolution in the right direction, where the information that we generate, again, needs to be changed. It's not the raster map that we produce that is helpful, but the table that we derive from it. So it's a process on both sides that is going in that direction.
I will actually also pick the challenge that Karen posed. What do cities ask? And they actually very often do not ask for the data. As you, Thomas, said, they know their data exists, but they ask, can I make sense of this data? So I'll become very practical and speak on behalf of a city. It's an Antwerp, a city in Belgium, a relatively big one. And they are developing a greening policy, because vegetation, as we heard, is so important for cities for the multiple benefits it offers. And in developing this policy, they use Sentinel 1 and 2 multispectral images. They use some indexes, so they are advanced. They have developed the capacities, and now they are facing a new stage in asking themselves other questions. Why? Because there's policy, and this is what I would like to connect. Why policy drives action. At the EU level, there is this package that we discussed, and out of it, cities, about 45,000 inhabitants, need to develop a heating and cooling plan. And a city is asking, so how do I develop this plan? And yes, they have the vegetation, but they're asking, what is the potential of this vegetation in terms of heating and cooling? They're asking, what's the passive effect? And they're asking, who can tell me? So and that's now I'm throwing questions to you, the audience, for the next days. Can the passive effect of cooling from vegetation be estimated? And also, well, these are essentially carbon sinks, to inform these nature-based solutions that need to happen. Also, whether we can assess also the private vegetation, because we have huge amount of private gardens. Well, there is an aspect of privacy. Can we do something with this? Can we measure it? Also about sealing and de-sealing our services, the water penetration and the absorption potential. I mean, can you provide these data or rather knowledge about increasing the permeability of the soil and also the impact or effectiveness of policies such as heat pumps or air conditioning? What is the impact and positive and negative impact on this? So these are the type of questions the city asks, and that's a city that's not a starting one. They do have the experience, they're using maps, and they're going into another level. So hopefully we are able to tackle this and offer answers to exactly those questions that may sometimes sound very basic, but they do inform the action, the planning, and they are based on policies. And yes, I'll stop here and maybe pass on to Clemens.
Maybe just one sentence, because I'm very grateful that Karen mentioned it, and you can say it even in a harder way. You're looking for use cases for your data, and we are looking for solutions for our problems. And we have to bring this together.
Beautifully said, thank you. I'm going to link Puya's question with Petya's comment. I love what you just said, that policies drive action. And Puya asked the question, why isn't there more, but basically making the point that there isn't a lot of funding for urban climate action. And I think it goes back to insights. We don't have enough information about the costs and benefits of urban climate action, either on the mitigation side or the adaptation side. Links to everything that Petya just said, whether it's impervious surface or green roofs or whatever it may be. We are not taking the next step of taking the maps that we make and then working with economists, health scientists, et cetera, to estimate the cost and benefits. And if we don't have those costs and benefits of climate action, then we, as in urbanists and cities, are locked out of the climate finance, which wants to know what their return on investments are for a particular action. I think that's a really big issue.
Okay, thank you. I think we have one more question.
Hi, I'm Phil Harwood from Even Flow. It's a comment and a question. First of all, a comment. I'm project manager for the stakeholder engagement facility, which Francesca mentioned earlier. We would be really interested in talking to Helsinki or any other cities present about what their requirements are and how we can help them take it forward. But I would also like to ask the panelists where they feel that some more concrete actions could be taken to bring the Earth observation and the urban communities together. What would you like to see from the Earth observation community, which I guess is most of the people here? What would you like to see from us in order to better engage with the community of urban practitioners?
To me, this lab and this contact here is the first contact with this Earth observation community in a way. And if I understood that right, there is a lot of persons, they are willing to understand the problems of the city. And I think there is also a lot of cities, they are willing to try to formulate the problems in a way that we can tackle. But I think in the end, the problems that are not solved was at your slide, Inge. Sorry that I come back to that again. Because in the end, you have to, the same with the climate, you have to say what's the cost and what's the, what do you have in the end out of it. And I think that's pretty unclear at the moment. Yeah, the main problem, in my opinion, is the proceeding of the data. The huge amount of data, you say, what was 20 terabyte a day? Yeah, 20 terabyte a day in a data center of a city will not work. Yeah? It's not necessary, yeah, but the processing of these huge amount of data is nothing a normal city administration is used to. And this we have to bridge.
I would say start with meetings like these and for the Earth observation community to hear from practitioners what the problems are that they're trying to solve. And I don't think that every single problem that municipalities are trying to solve will be solved by EO data or methods. And I think a lot of researchers aren't wanting to work at maybe that scale. Maybe they want to work with multiple cities. So I think it's a matter of finding what the match is, but I think it starts with listening. What are the questions that, the problems that you're trying to solve? Because I think most researchers don't know what the problems are at the local scale or across many cities or even internationally. I think in their minds, they have EO questions that they want to solve. And often those questions are really more about algorithm development, making improvements on accuracy, better mapping. They're not really what cities are facing. I think, again, it goes back to the mismatch.
Okay, thank you. We have another question.
Hi, Samuel from Cotesa in Spain. I deeply resonate with what it's being discussed right now, and I think that that's like the root of the problem. Actually, we were discussing it during the coffee time. I think that that's the main problem. I think that the industry is there. We are here. The needs are there in the city administrations and country level and you know, at all of the levels, but there is no links putting it together. For us on the private sector, the Earth observation company, it's really, really hard to get an appointment, to get a call with the people who actually know what the problem is. It's not the case for everyone. I mean, a lot of companies, they have like, they know someone or they have a contract, a previous contract that gives them some more access and that. But I think that the main problem that we should address in this kind of meetings is that how do we bring together the needs, the know-how, and the capacity that we have, because otherwise we end up in the same problem. We may know how to solve something, but we don't know who we should bring it to.
So, okay, you comment first. Okay, so to slowly conclude this panel also, so this was a fantastic comment, thank you very much, because in the coming days we do have city practitioners as part of our session chairs. So here the message, I think, very clearly to those city practitioners, while industry and also researchers are present here, maybe you can give a short outline of the problems and then a contact point for if you want these problems solved, I would say. So maybe Jacopo, you had a comment?
Just, yeah, a couple of sentences actually that relates to the question, obviously, but also what it was shared before, and also to the first question. So I think in this sense, so for streamlining, let's say, this conversation, it's very important to use these kind of tools, for example, as the pre-commercial procurement tool that was mentioned before by the Space for Cities initiative, that unlocks somehow public procurement, as it is like a quite big percentage. And those tools actually, I would say, enables public administrations to steer innovation and to guide innovation or, let's say, industries towards their needs. And so this process involves somehow what it was shared before, so co-development, capacity building, but also monitoring and evaluation to see if those applications are successful enough to meet those needs. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. So to conclude, I would say we have a very strong message for the coming days. Please tell us our problems, and after we will present solutions, and then maybe we can have a conversation on how to match the solutions to the problems, or vice versa. Okay.
Just something, you know, when you invited me to coming here, I wanted really to come, but I have a huge problem with the schedule, because tomorrow at 9 o'clock in Paris, there's a debate on the OECD about AI in the city, so I will leave immediately to catch the flight to Paris. But just mention it again, because you asked our problems. Elisa Link is over there. She's from the lab, yeah? So if you want to make contact with Vienna or with me via Elisa, she's here the next 3 days, but I have to leave immediately. I'm totally sorry, but I wanted to come at least for 1 day to see what happens here.
No problem. So with this, a round of applause for our panelists and the discussion. And so I would like you to stay these 5 more minutes for a quick notes on organization of the coming days, as well as our dinner, and then the conclusion of the event with a photo. Going to Francesca.
Yeah, so thank you. Well, amazing panel, amazing opening day. It's been a bit long, a lot of presentations, but I think, I mean, our intention with this first day was really to set the scene and to have all the questions on the table. So the next 2 days, we really dig into the different solutions that you are proposing. And okay, as ESA, we do not have the ambition to solve all the interaction problems, but organizing this kind of workshop does go a bit in the direction that was said before, so to be a bit matchmaking between the needs and the solutions out there. So hoping to make it more structured with time. So we are meeting outside of Building 14 for the group photo. Then they will, let's say, bring us to the location where we will do the group photo. So if you can just stick all together while we go outside so we don't miss anyone, we just do this, and then up to you to have 5 minutes pause before going down the street where the bus is waiting for us to go to the venue for the dinner. So please don't go away, just go only, I mean, at the really entrance of Building 14. And thank you all.